Sarah's mom sings Sarah Rocks. All right. Quite enough. Your mic on?
I think so.
All right. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. All I can see on the screen is me, so this is kind of awkward, but I want to welcome you to our Stream-A-Thon in celebration of Colorado Gives Day. We got a lot of exciting performances, an opportunity to take a look at members of the Playground board, maybe in ways that you were unfamiliar with, music that they've written that wouldn't normally be included on a Playground concert. All kinds of great things to share with you, greatest hits from our seasons, just a number of things. And if you come back between 5:30, 6 o'clock, you will also, we're going to close things off with a little levity, the unveiling of Bald Hawk. I've tried to grow a mohawk on my bald head, and it's amazing. It's amazing. So anyways, we are here today as part of Colorado Gives Day. It is in a statewide day of philanthropy, and it happens in early December. And so we decided to try and do something a little bit early in conjunction with Denver Arts Week. And that is that we wanted to do a day-long event of streaming, featuring various members of the Playground, things that they've done on their own, and then a number of things that we do as an organization as well. There's a great schedule for you. It's available on our website. I believe it's available in the comments of the Facebook event as well. About every half hour, we have a new slot, new talent coming up, new members of the organization that are excited to share things with you. If you look down at the bottom of the screen right now, you will notice that there is a little ticker moving across that has a link for you, and I'm guessing that link is going to appear in the comments as well. You can head over to Colorado Gives Day, and you can go ahead and pre-schedule a Colorado Gives Day donation, and we are very, very grateful for that. This will probably be our biggest fundraising push of the year, partially because we believe there are other organizations out there in the time of COVID that are maybe more significantly impacted than Playground Ensemble is. And we want to make sure that we are doing what we need to support what we think is high quality programming that we bring you, but that we're also, making sure resources go where they need to go. It's a good day right now. There was good news. It's a good day. So I am going to turn things over to two of our board members, and one who plays in the ensemble. So welcome, Rachel and Bethany.
Hello. Greetings, everybody. Hey, and welcome. Thanks so much for joining us to the Playground Ensemble Stream-A-Thon. Woo! And I'm Rachel, and with me here is Bethany, and we're here to kick things off for you. In the first session, we're going to introduce you to the Playground as an organization and also highlight a few of our favorite performances over the years. And we'll also give you a preview for the day. So during today's event, we'll have a mix of live and previously recorded performances, interviews with composers, live chat, and a live Q&A for you guys. So if you have any questions at all for us, just go ahead and type them into the Q&A or chat field. But like Conrad said, I am Rachel. I am a performer with the Playground. I've been playing percussion with the Playground since 2006. While I was in grad school studying percussion performance at Lamont School of Music at the University of Denver. And at that time, I knew the Playground was an artist in residence at Lamont, but I didn't really know a whole lot about the organization. But I was thrilled. One day they needed an extra percussionist for a show. They asked me to play, and I was available. So, and I'm glad I did, because that was the beginning of a lifelong relationship with this group. And playing with the Playground was my first real introduction to the world of contemporary chamber music. And I was totally hooked after that first show. And so I've been with them ever since, and it's been great. And some of my most favorite musical memories are with the Playground, from joking around in green rooms before performing, from teaching sound painting with second grade children, playing in large concert halls and art galleries, even doing a mini tour with them. It's been a lot of fun. We've done a lot together, and I look forward to many more years with them. And I joined the programming committee a few years ago and the board this last year. So I'm really happy to be more involved now. It's great. They're like family. And I've been acting also as the stage manager for our shows as well. But it's been so great being part of this wonderful group. Everyone's so talented and just wonderful people. And to see it grow into the organization that it is today makes me very proud to be part of the Playground family. So, but enough of me. Bethany, take it away.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Rachel, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this really beautiful day. So just for a brief introduction to myself, Bethany Speer, I'm a board member on the Playground, and I first became aware of the Playground when I was studying cello at the University of Denver with Rachel and others. Then later, my career took me elsewhere, but I have been working with an NGO doing kind of development and fundraising work with them. So I really wanted to see how I could apply those skills to other important groups in the community. So I've really enjoyed just kind of reconnecting with the local art scene and supporting some of the area's best composers, performers, and other artists to help them really continue their efforts to break down boundaries in terms of what is new music, and also to break down boundaries in terms of how audiences and performers interact. So I'm really glad to be a part of this group, and if you're not already involved, I encourage you to reach out to us and see how we can work together. With that, I would just add, just kind of reiterate Conrad's message about Colorado Gives. Again, really encouraging people to go to coloradogives.org/playground and make a donation. We're especially keen to get reoccurring donations. It's really helpful for us to be able to plan around those steady donations. So again, thank you so much for joining us today. And Rachel, back to you.
All right, and if you'll notice at the bottom of your screen, there should be a scroll letting you know where you can click and the information where you can donate, and just find more information there. Sorry, Bethany, if you already said that and I just didn't hear you, but just want to make sure people know where to go to get that information. So here's our program for the day, and you can also find the program on our website if you'd rather read it. So Bethany and I are going to be with you till about 1:30, and then our violinist, Sarah Whitnah, will show one of her favorite works to come out of the COVID world and brings in the composer to discuss their composition. And then at 2 o'clock, composer and current Playground board chair, Nathan Hall, he's going to perform some of his own compositions, and we'll talk about the importance of the Playground's focus on new music and activism. At 2:30, our composer and pianist Stacy Fahrion shares some of her favorite remote collaborations from this year. And I know she's been really busy, so you don't want to miss that. And then at 3 o'clock, two of our local superstar educators, Goodman and Luke Wachter, will talk about the Playground's education programs and how important they are in developing creative young people. And then the Playground executive director, Conrad Kehn, who you met at the top, he'll teach us all a lesson on turning stories into music. So you definitely don't want to miss that. Hopefully we'll get a sneak peek at Conrad's new hairdo at that time too. Bethany?
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. So just rounding out the rest of the afternoon's program, at 3:30, we have Songs About Crazy from Michael Hanna, who will be sharing some of his favorite music and video creations from his work in the mental health and advocacy spaces. Then at 4, we have Britta Hurula sharing 2 new pieces and also chatting a bit about her involvement with the Playground and her perspective as a board member. Then at 4:15, we have board member CJ Garcia, who will be sharing an electro-acoustic piece with accompanying video, and also kind of talking about his involvement with the Playground too. 4:30, we have Jake Saunders performing a selection of solo works for cello. And then at 5, this is followed by composer and professor at MSU Denver David Farrell performing one of his own compositions for live electronics. At 5:20, we have a session called Hot Takes with Conrad and David, who will be hosting a fun live interactive chat about some of the hottest issues in the world today. And then at 5:30, we have composer and Playground founder and executive director, Conrad Kehn, who you just heard from, closing out the afternoon with a visit from Emancipation Theater's Jeff Campbell to talk about the Justice for Raverro campaign, also From Allies to Abolitionists, and the performance, the premiere performance of their new work, Synagogue of Satan. And this is followed by a short performance of Conrad's Copyrite of Spring on the Ableton sampler instrument, and also the unveiling of Bald Hawk. So with that, back to you, Rachel.
I cannot wait to see the Bald Hawk. I can't lie. So next, during our little session here, we want to show you some clips from some of our favorite performances over the years. And you can see, these are just clips that we're going to show you, but you can see the full-length videos on our YouTube page. We have a whole collection of videos on there. Within these clips are a variety of composers, including Playground composers, some famous composers like George Crumb, and many other excellent lesser-known composers to whom we want to bring attention. The music, it cuts across all sorts of themes, ranging from Vietnam War, mental illness, lighter topics such as movie scores, or fake movie scores, I should say, socially relevant themes such as workers' unions, social injustices, as well as some traditionally composed pieces too. So I hope you enjoy.
Yeah, let's do that.
Somebody like, thanks, we're going to have Sarah in just a couple minutes.
You know, I didn't know that that little clip of video was going to be there at the end until about half an hour ago, but it seems pretty fitting for some things that have been happening recently. Thank you for joining us for that initial set, and hope you enjoyed getting to know Rachel and Bethany a little better and seeing a kind of a medley or collage of a lot of the things that we've had going on over the last several years. We are going to take a small break right now and come back at 1:30 with Sarah Whitnah. See you then.
everybody. We are back. Excellent. So I'll just introduce myself real fast if you don't already know me. My name is Sarah Whitnah, and I'm one of the violinists in the Playground. I also serve as the programming chair on the board, and the past 3 years I was the president, but now pass that off to Nathan Hall, who you will hear from in the next segment after me. I grew up in Alaska in Fairbanks, and I did my undergrad at St. Olaf College, and I finished my master's at the University of Denver, Lamont School of Music, which is how I kind of got wrapped up into the Playground. And it's kind of funny because I feel like I was in the Playground before I realized I was in the Playground. It just kind of felt like it happened. And it's been so long now. I've been in the Playground for 10 years. And we joke around a lot about how the Playground's family, and there's been jokes about how my first child will be donated to raise funds for the Playground. So let's not do that. Also, the verdict is out on that, but if you would like to save a child today, donate to the Playground. I was not planning on saying that, but there's the link right there. Make it happen. So it takes a lot to run this organization. It takes a lot of unpaid labor to run this organization. And I just want to throw a quick shout out to Conrad Kehn and all the fantastic work that he does for the Playground. We would not have survived this long without him. And we have so many amazing board members who you will hear throughout the day, and we all do a lot of work that we just don't get paid for. But it's really important to us to pay composers and pay musicians for their art, and that's the most important thing to us. So your donation helps support this organization and just helps, your money goes a long way, I will just say. So we really appreciate you being here today and tuning in. One of the most important mission objectives that we have as an organization is to support Colorado composers. And a couple months ago, we were notified of a project that a couple, I think there's about 4 or 5 Colorado composers were involved in this project, but I spoke with 2 of them, Bob Bassett and Quentin Marchetti, about a project that they were involved in the early days of COVID and the pandemic. And they wanted to find a way to collaborate with other composers across the country while we were all kind of stuck in our house and not really knowing what the future was going to be like. So I'll pass it off to them. I had an interview with them, so we'll hear from them. And then after that, we'll hear kind of a little sneak peek about the piece. Unfortunately, we were going to record this live with the string quartet, with the Playground String Quartet. But due to a COVID complication, because these are the times we are living in, we haven't been able to do that yet. So what you will hear after the interview is just an audio realization of the piece. And then we just encourage you to keep your eyes out on your email or on our social media, and we will be posting the live performance of that piece as soon as we can get back into the studio and do that. So thanks so much. Make another donation. And now we're going to hear from Bob and Quentin. Thanks.
All right, so I'm here with composers Bob Bassett and Quentin Marchetti to talk briefly about a project they reached out to us with back in September called the Co-19 Project. And this is a collaborative composition project between 19 composers across the country. And they all came together to write a single collage for a string quartet during the COVID-19 pandemic. Quentin Marchetti is a Denver-based composer interested in bringing communities together through innovative music in different settings. And as a recent graduate of DU, he has been seeking out ways to make music outside of the academic community. He also sits on the board of the Wild Beautiful Orchestra, a new ensemble dedicated to performing classical and popular music for different communities. And most recently, he has been co-leading a project called Singing Our Truth, which brings together performers and composers to create an original text and record it virtually. Bob Bassett is also a Denver-based composer as well as a pianist, and he has degrees from CU Boulder and the California Institute of the Arts. He has had compositions premiered at the Creative Composers Retreat in Dublin, New Hampshire, and the Walden Schools Composer Forum. He also composed a film score for The Magnificent 14-Year-Olds, which won the Audience Choice Awards at the 2019 Denver 48-Hour Film Festival. As a pianist, he has performed with the Fillmore Trio, violin soloist Lena Waite, and with the Colorado Jazz Workshop and the Sobo Jazz Quartet. Welcome, Bob and Quentin. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah. So can you, other than what I've mentioned about your backgrounds, can you tell us a little bit about each of yourselves and how the two of you met?
Sure. Yeah, I guess I'll talk about myself a little bit and kind of segue into how me and Bob met. I was born in Monument, Colorado. I'm kind of a Colorado native. I've just finished up at DU. I've been exploring lots of different types of music there, but I've been really excited by collaborative compositions and things that are just a little bit more accessible maybe than what's happening in the academic field. And that really got inspired in me because I got to see other composers doing it at the Walden School in Dublin, New Hampshire, which I attended not this last summer, but 2 summers ago. And that's where I met Bob. And we had a really great time. It was incredible. We had to go across the country to learn that we lived down the street from each other. But there was an environment of real collaboration there and just willingness to experiment. And it was great to see music that was not as thorny and intellectual as a lot of the stuff I had been seeing in school, and that, you know, composers who had come out of an academic setting could make that music. That was exciting to me, and to see people who were not, you know, professional musicians composing and making music, and it was great, and just enjoying it. That really inspired me, and me and Bob connected there, and he can talk a little bit about himself now.
Nice. Yeah. Let's hear from you, Bob.
Well, I'm quite a ways from the academic composing situation, having received my degrees several years ago, but got back into composing. And as Quentin said, Walden was an amazing experience because of the acceptance of everyone, regardless of age or background. And several of us there consider ourselves to be emerging composers, but not your typical 20-year-old emerging composer of a different era. And Quentin and I got to meet each other there and worked on a piece there that he'll tell you about. And it's been a fantastic experience since then as I try to explore composition outside of the academic setting at this point in my life.
So what other composers do you both gain inspiration from that aren't your typical academic composer?
Well, let me go first, Quentin.
Okay.
I've been listening to a lot of Lou Harrison, whom I recently, who I met while I was at Cal Arts. Of course, along with John Cage, who I also met, George Crumb, and the current composers that are more in that ilk, outside of, as Quentin said, the noise composers that often appear in academia, which I understand. I mean, there's a certain requirement that they produce a certain kind of music in order to follow their academic careers. But recently heard a concert by the Avalos Quartet out of CU, who did a lot of Julie Montgomery work, which I really enjoyed. And there's a lot of composers right now that are doing stuff that is much more accessible than a lot of the academic work.
What about you, Quentin?
I never have a good answer because I don't listen to a lot of music. It's kind of bizarre. I've never really understood it, but there's always something in my head all the time. So to sit down and listen to music is kind of hard. But I also really enjoy George Crumb, and I know he really is an academic, but his music avoids that a lot of the time. I think the essence of Ligeti I really like. A lot of his music is hard to listen to, but the ideas of just being exploring everything and trying new things and trying different sounds I've really enjoyed. It's hard to come up with composers I've been listening to. A lot of choral music. I was singing at an Episcopal church before all this started, and I got to hear all of these really interesting composers I had never really heard of that were writing music that it was tonal, but it did not sound like Mozart. You know, you think that if you write something that's tonal, it's going to either sound like Eric Whitacre or, you know, Beethoven. And it's just, there's so many people trying new things, and I can't think of any of their names. But I think choral music's an important thing for me to just, because it can't get too complicated. It kind of grounds me in can people sing it? Can people feel it? Would they enjoy singing it? And then I apply that not only to, you know, writing vocal music, but to all kinds of instruments.
That's awesome. Great. So how did this, tell me what CO19 stands for, or maybe that's obvious, but tell me how you came up with that name, and also how you got the project started and how you found all of the composers that you collaborated with.
Let me explain the name, and then Quentin can tell us how we got started. CO19, of course, the CO could stand for collaboration, could stand for composers. It could stand for many different things, as well as COVID. But of course, it's a little cute, but to say CO19, it's a composition, it's a collaboration, it's cooperation. It's all of those things that we came together really at the beginning of the pandemic back in March and April to express our feelings. But Quentin, why don't you talk about where the whole idea came from?
Yeah, no, at Walden 2 summers ago when we were there, I don't know what started the idea, but I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we had a piece for cello that everyone had taken apart in writing? So I got a big piece of that 11 by 17 staff paper and drew out like 50 sections or something. I think ended up being 43 different sections of equal size. And they weren't bar lines, they were just sections. And I went around throughout the entire week and said, hey, could you put just a little section of this cello piece in here? And at first it was just kind of a cool idea. I only wanted the students, or, you know, the people who were attending to be involved, but I got a lot of the faculty to put some stuff on there. I tried to get George Lewis. He didn't want to put anything on there. But it was so cool because as it developed, each composer could see what else was there. It wasn't just they weren't just, you know, writing some music. They could see, oh, that happened before me. You know, someone wrote some kind of silly, you know, stage direction here. So I'm going to contrast with this, or I'm going to do this. And the score is beautiful. That's my favorite part, is there's just all these composers and all of their different handwriting and style of notation and different experimental techniques.
And so this was a previous piece for solo cello that you had done at Walden, right?
Yes, and that was kind of the idea, because Bob reached out to me and said, you know, I really like that idea. Why don't we do that with a string quartet? Because everyone's, you know, away from home, and we'll try to do something similar to that. And we really drew from the people at Walden for most of the participants.
And I had a follow-up question, and now it's leaving me. Did you specifically choose the string quartet due to the pandemic, or did you have other instruments in mind at first, or what was your reasoning for using string quartet?
I think I had recently in February been at a composers forum in San Francisco where 10 of us got to premiere our string quartets by the Del Sol Quartet, including mine, which was on the program, the last one on the program. And so that was fresh in my mind. And it seemed that a lot of us had some exposure or some experience with string quartets. And following Quentin's idea with the cello piece, wouldn't it be fun if each of us wrote about 30 seconds of music and then put it together as a collage? And I reached out to Quentin, and he thought that was a pretty keen idea. So we sent emails out to, I don't know, 25, 30 different people. And at the end of the day, we had 19 respondents, and that worked out wonderfully with the name.
Mm-hmm.
And there we go. We ended up with 5 composers from Colorado: Quentin, myself, Adam Waite, who is the minister of music at Montview Presbyterian Church, Michael Frank, who's a physician in town, recently got his undergraduate degree in addition from Regis by studying with Loretta Notoretsky, and M. Eliason, who was the audio engineer on the film, the 48-hour film that you mentioned that I did. And she did the realization of the Co-19 audio version, which is wonderful and is on the website. And I know you've listened to as well, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it just went from there. It took off.
Awesome. That's great. So now I will ask, what was the hardest part about putting this project together?
Quentin and I talked about this yesterday, and he was going to let me answer, so I will. The hardest part was really deciding what order these sections should go in. And Sarah, I can send you an email with a photograph of the bookcase behind me. Excuse me. The bookcase behind me with all of the submissions taped up on it. And so it was like a deck of cards. And I would shift them around and move them around. That was really the hardest part. Once that order was in place, then it was a question of, well, how do you get from one section to the next? And amazingly, that was relatively easy. As you know, there are a lot of held tones, there are some pauses, but each one of those then Quentin and I looked at and tweaked here and there. But once the order was set, then it was relatively easy.
And how did you, what kind of decisions did you use to decide the order?
What sounds good?
Yeah.
That was really it.
The various styles, maybe contrasting or complementary, or
exactly contrasting, complementary, what would flow. We'll hear the Playground Ensemble quartet, and I think what you'll hear, and Quentin came up with this idea, you'll hear a pulse throughout the entire piece. No section is so long that it becomes dominant or becomes significantly different than the rest. It's a collage, and each section is of a certain length, but there's a pulse to the entire work that I think a lot of collaborations don't have because they're trying too hard or the sections are too long or something. But I'm amazed at how this flows together as an entire work.
Yeah, so that actually leads into my next question, which was, did anything surprise you about the project? Or so the kind of the flow and the flow was a little bit more natural than maybe you originally expected?
Quentin, I'll let you answer.
Yeah, I was a bit worried, honestly. Bob called me, with this idea, and we talked about it, and he did a lot of the work. I was there for moral support, and we bounced ideas off each other, but I was a little worried because there was, Walden especially, there were so many different composers doing so many different things. There's, I don't remember whose movement there is, but there's one that just, it's like a Bach fugue. It follows all the rules. It's like perfect.
I think that's Michael's part, Michael Frank.
Yeah. Yes. And there's another part there's so many parts that are so different. Some are just taking totally contemporary techniques, others are not. And I was worried about that, but listening through it and looking through it, it was amazing how embracing the differences and just embracing this pause and all of that allowed it to just flow so easily because you accepted it. So this is a collage. It's not trying to be something else. It's not hiding what it is. It's a bunch of people who are passionate about music and who care about each other and who know each other, trying to create something despite how difficult it is to do anything during this pandemic. So that shone through, and I believe that that's so important when we're making music. It's just that the intention, it's going to come through.
Was it nice to have a project during the early stages of the pandemic? I know that I was kind of like going stir crazy at home at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
It was good to have a project to work on. And I think that's a lot of what happened with everybody who was involved, was the appreciation of the fact that even though we were in various stages of lockdown around the country, we could still make some music, and we could make it together, and we could collaborate. And I think that was that came through. Some people wrote brand new stuff for this. Some people reached back many years and came up with something that they'd always wanted to put forward. And so they contributed a few measures of that. And I think it was, as you said, all of a sudden this pandemic, the quarantines, the stay-at-home orders hit, and all of us wondered, what can we do now? Because music is such a collaborative thing and involves other people and is so much more rewarding with other people, that we all wondered, what can we do now?
For sure. Yeah, good time. It's a perfect time for something like this. So my last question is, has this project inspired any other similar projects, or maybe some other projects that are different, or what might you do differently, or kind of what's coming out of this?
Well, Quentin's got one project that he already mentioned. I'll let him talk about that for a minute.
Oh yeah, that's kind of related to that. But I think really what I'm getting from this and that other project you mentioned is this: we're still capable of doing things, and that as musicians, this collaboration is becoming more and more important for composers and performers. I think coming out of school, seeing this disconnect between performers and composers, that performers are playing music that's been written and that's seen as good, and composers are trying new things and they're not allowed to make mistakes. And it's so independent and alone. The idea of a composer is someone who's alone writing some masterpiece and then it comes out perfectly. And this really allowed me to see the process and allow other people to be involved and just be okay with the outcome. So I'd like to see, during the pandemic and past it, more collaboration between composers, more allowing other people to say, well, what about this? Or I don't really like that part. Could you try changing that? Because I think that's going to help the whole culture of what has come out of classical music in today's world. We have to continue collaborating and making new things. We can't stay sticking around with the old or trying to just be, trying to do everything by ourselves, because we can't anymore. We don't live in the 18th century, but we want to celebrate that history and celebrate the future that it has. So I think that's collaboration is just so important. I'm so glad that we were able to get it performed by an ensemble that's realizing this exact thing during all of this. So it's really worked out nicely, and it's, despite all of my pessimism, it's been really exciting.
And let me just add to that very briefly. Since the Playground Ensemble Quartet took on this project, thank you guys for reaching back out to us with questions and with how should this be performed. And as you know, there were some typos in the score that we corrected, but there was also, and I think Quentin and I both really mean this, you are the performers. You know what's going to sound good. You guys working with us are going to make a beautiful piece out of this, and we're so excited to hear the result. And we thank you so much for taking on this project.
Yeah, our pleasure. Well, it was so nice to talk to you guys today. I really thank you for being here and for being a part of our Stream-A-Thon fundraiser today. And everyone, please enjoy the performance of the Co-19 project by the Playground String Quartet. Thanks.
Hey, everybody. So I really enjoyed listening to my interview with Bob and Quentin again, and I'm super, super sad that we couldn't get into the studio and have the live performance ready for you guys today. But, these days it's always better to play it safer than sorry, and just, everybody's safety and health is the most important thing to us. So unfortunately, due to a COVID complication, we weren't able to record it. But right now we have plans around the 20th of November to get back into the studio, and hopefully we can still do that, but anything can change. But it will definitely happen at some point, and gives you guys something to look forward to, a little performance when you're least expecting it. We'll just like bomb it on you, and it'll be great. But so what you'll hear next is actually an audio realization by the audio engineer that was a part of this project with Bob and Quentin. And she made kind of her own realization of the piece. So you'll kind of get a sneak peek of it. And then later we'll make sure you guys all see the live performance. Just a last reminder, please donate. Follow this link down at the bottom. It's scrolling by. And we just appreciate you all so much and for supporting us today. And I'll see you guys another time. I think I'm going to be around 3 o'clock with this education thing that's going on. Who knows what? It might be crazy. Who knows what's going to happen? Thanks so much. I'll see you guys later.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. My name is Nathan Hall. I'm a composer in Denver, and I'm also the current president of the board of Playground Ensemble. I've been on the board for about 5 years or more now, and I've just loved being able to work with these fine musicians, to meet other composers, to be able to talk about new music with people. I also think Playground isn't just an inside classical music kind of organization. What I've loved about it from the beginning is that it thinks outside of the box of what new music is. It can bring in visuals, electronics, film, spoken word, dance. Any of these things are kind of applicable. And I think that's really relevant to today's world. And in turn, I've been able to fundraise, give opportunities, find opportunities, and the Playground has given back to me with performances and small commissions and connections to people I would have never met. So today I wanted to show a couple things about my music that maybe we could enjoy during our Playground Stream-A-Thon. Our first piece is Self-Portrait with Theorbo. And theorbo, as I said, is a giant Renaissance lute, played here by Niccolò Spera of Boulder. And we filmed it in the Denver Art Museum as well as a tie-in to the painter Artemisia Gentileschi, who worked in the same time as this theorbo was being played in its heyday. But there's also quotations in the music from a colleague of Artemisia's, Barbara Strozzi, a female composer at the time. Really wanted to give like a nod to those important women that we so overlook. The second piece is a work called Marine A2, and that's because the grain elevator in Buffalo, New York is named Marine A. I performed with two of my colleagues that I met in Pittsburgh, Mark Fromm and Sally Bazzuto. We were in a band together. And we play on whirly tubes and sing, and the echo in this grain silo is just phenomenal. I love how the piece is actually just composed of very simple materials, but the echo and reverb of this space makes it almost like a sacred work. The third performance I want to share with you today is a live performance from New York City from the group 10th Intervention, a chamber ensemble doing things not all that dissimilar from Playground Ensemble. I made these works while I was living in Iceland on a residency in 2018, a collection of pieces called Reading the Landscape. Reading the Landscape is a bunch of graphic scores that might not always have traditional notation. Sometimes they're just images, sometimes they're diagrams, sometimes they have text instructions, but it helps the musicians kind of get the effect that I'm going for across. What I'm really excited about is in April, Playground Ensemble will be playing all of these pieces in a collection as part of a graphic score concert. So I wanted to give you a sneak peek, and hopefully we'll have more to come. So here's an important part of our Stream-A-Thon. I couldn't really be a composer without the support of friends, family, colleagues. Playground Ensemble can't exist without you either. So please consider making a donation during our Stream-A-Thon or after. Any amount helps. Playground Ensemble has meant so much to me that I don't know if I could be here in Denver without them. So I'd appreciate your support too. We're in our 15th season, and I hope to have many, many more. You've got a couple minutes to donate, support the playground, spread the word, share our Stream-A-Thon, and I'll lead you out with a live performance that Playground did to my electronic composition, Ghost Light. There's a couple little photos over top of the music, but go donate now. Thanks for your support.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stacy Fahrion. I'm fairly new to the Playground board, and I'm really honored to be here today supporting Playground's mission to promote music by living composers and to bring together a community that just embraces weirdness. I'm a composer, pianist, teacher, and lifelong student. And as an educator, I'm always trying to encourage everyone to compose and experiment with creating things that feel authentic to them. And I feel like that really aligns with Playground's mission. So if you have the means, please help support Playground's mission by scheduling your donation. You can see the link scrolling below. I mainly compose solo piano compositions, often under the name Whimsically Macabre. But this year, I've been able to collaborate remotely with a whole bunch of people that I deeply respect. So I'm excited to share those collaborations with you today. First up is Controlled Burn. This piece is based on a poem by Amy Ray Irish. She's an amazing Colorado-based poet. And I wrote this piece in July while participating in an online program through Arts, Letters, and Numbers. The cellist is Maddie Ashman. She's based in London. She's a multi-instrumentalist and an amazing person. And the voice part is sung by Daisy Press. She's based in New York City and has become kind of a Zoom buddy of mine over this pandemic. So Daisy actually is a wonderful person who leads this thing called Voice Cult and teaches chants of Hildegard von Bingen through Zoom. So if you get a chance to check that out, that's Daisy Press. So without further ado, this is Controlled Burn. What I forgot to mention about Controlled Burn was that that was written in July before all of the fires, and then it became just even more relevant. And it hasn't been a piece that I've played for anyone publicly yet. So I hope you enjoyed that. Again, please remember that we're giving this presentation today so that we can get donations for, schedule your donations for Colorado Gives Day. This next piece, I actually wrote a while back. It's part of one of my albums called Lullabies for Arachnophobes. And the piece is called Long-Legged Spinners. And this piece was another collaboration this year with Rainbow Militia. They did a show with all sorts of amazing circus artists, and it was remote collaborations between musicians and circus artists. So this piece features Brian Connolly, who is a juggler and just a great, interesting circus artist. So I hope you enjoy Long-Legged Spinners with Brian Connolly. I loved how Brian climbs up the wall like a spider. I guess not exactly like a spider, but spider-ish in that piece. So this next piece is a collaboration with Joshua Trinidad, the locally and internationally famous, I would hope, trumpet player who I respect deeply. And I was so honored to be able to collaborate with and hope to do more with him in the future. So this piece is titled Isolation, and I wrote it and sent it over to him, and then he recorded his part over the piano part. So here's Isolation. So I'm immensely grateful to Joshua Trinidad for collaborating with me on that piece. And to all of my collaborators, it's just been so therapeutic to be able to work with other musicians in this time. And I'm also so honored to be a part of Playground's board. I remember when I moved to Denver, back in 2004, I think it was, I went to a coffee shop and observed the sound painting that was going on there and was like, whoa, this is really cool, weird stuff that I would like to participate in. But at the time I was too shy to, I think, even talk to anyone there. And I have another really good memory of going to a Playground concert and talking to Megan, the vocalist, after the concert, and just telling her how amazing she was. And she reached out and gave me a hug. And I just think it's such a beautiful community. So please do donate to Colorado Gives Day if you have the means. I wanted to end on a hopeful note. So this next piece is titled Awakening. And it was a collaboration with a woman that I met through Instagram. Her name is Crystal Nicole, and she's a phenomenal dancer who's based in Maryland. So here's Awakening. So I just saw David's comment in the chat about knowing more dancers, and I totally agree. I love writing for dancers and circus artists, and I think if we do more of that, or if I do more of that, it's really, really fun. So this last piece is a solo piano work. It's called A Foretaste, and I'm really into polymeters, so it has a whole bunch of polymeters in it, and it's actually in my new book, Polyrhythms for Pianists, that just came out yesterday, so I'm very excited about that. So again, thank you so much for listening, and please donate to Playground to support just more general weirdness in the Denver area and more interesting collaborations in the Denver music scene. So here's a foretaste. Thanks so much again for listening. Remember to schedule your donation if you're able to with the link below at coloradogives.org. And thank you to the Playground Ensemble for including me on the board and allowing me to present some of my collaborations today. I'm truly honored. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Also next, I'm really looking forward to this as an educator myself. So stay tuned to hear about Playground's wonderful education programs. Thanks again.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Playground Stream-A-Thon 2020 Education Block. My name is Sam Goodman, and we have Conrad in the background here. And I just wanted to talk about my involvement with the Playground Ensemble's education program a little bit before our fearless leader takes us into a sample lesson of some things we do at the Playground. I've been involved with the Playground Ensemble as an educator. I'm a music educator in Denver area for about 7 years now. And I heard an interview with Conrad on CPR one day about him talking about living composers and really empowering kids to compose their own music, especially in a day and age where music education is so performance-based. And I was really looking for an organization like this to support me in kind of, you know, coming into this music education world centered around composing. So we ran the Young Composers program through the Playground Ensemble at the school I was teaching at for about 5 years. And through that, just I think the biggest thing that I took away from that the Playground Ensemble is doing with education is just really empowering kids to create their own music as composers. And like I said before, I really believe that music education is in a spot where it's very performance-based and not really focused around that creativity aspect. And I think that's something Playground Ensemble does really well, just in general, is really empowering people to be composers, to create your own music. And so I feel extremely lucky to be a part of this. I was just recently became a board member with the Playground Ensemble. And I just feel so lucky to be a part of this and really revolutionizing this aspect of music education. So like I said, we have a great lesson coming up with some students from the Playground Ensemble. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague Luke, who's going to say a little bit about his involvement with the Playground Ensemble, and then we'll take it away with a sample lesson. So here's Luke.
Hi, everyone. I'm Luke Wachter. I'm a board member on the Playground Ensemble, as well as a music educator and sometimes performer. I've been involved with the Playground Ensemble in various different ways since about 2013, including helping to develop some of our young composers' curriculum and some of the other education programming that we do. And I think kind of to echo what Sam said, the thing that I find the most exciting about what we do with our education programming is that we really strive to empower our students to find their own voice as creative people, as musicians. And I think that is a really powerful and necessary thing, as arts education is sort of lacking and under attack in some situations, particularly in public schools. It's so important that we change and evolve what we're doing to make arts education more relevant and more accessible to a number of different students. Right now I teach at Oakland Elementary School in Montbello, and before that I taught at Kunzmiller Creative Arts Academy in Southwest Denver, working with populations of students that really don't get enough opportunities to have meaningful arts education. And I think that an amazing thing about what the Playground Ensemble does is that it's not just about creative people making new and innovative music, but it's also about opening up that world to people who have traditionally been blocked from it. And the money that you're able to give goes directly to students finding their voices as creative people, and students who would normally be shut out of the traditional classical music world getting an opportunity not just to have music played at them, but to have their own music performed and their own voices be heard. And that is such a powerful and necessary thing right now. So I'm really excited to continue this work with the Playground Ensemble, and whatever you're able to contribute at the link below, I know is going to go, directly into my classroom, directly into my students' future. And now is a time where we all need to step up and support arts education if that's something that we want to continue to see happen for everybody, because everybody deserves it. And I'm really passionate about what we do with our education programming for those reasons. So next we're going to see a little bit about what we do with our education programming and how we interact with students and how we help students discover their own musical voices with Conrad and his craziness.
Hey, everybody. I'm really glad you're here. And what I'm going to do is talk for just a little bit while Sam kind of slowly moves all of my students into the shot here, so that we're going to run a little bit of a mock lesson today in what we do in our Young Composers program. A couple things I wanted to do is we have an online curriculum that is available for teachers to use the full curriculum with us as partners, or just one-shot lessons as they need to. Everything wrapped around or focusing on creativity for young people. And we serve in an average year 3,000 to 5,000 young people a year. We've got some great partnerships with Friends of Chamber Music in Denver here, as well as the New York Philharmonic in some of our summer programs. We've done programs in Nebraska and Wyoming and South Dakota. And so we have some great innovative things, we think, that like Luke and Sam were both saying, really focus on creativity and really focus on giving young people a voice. And, you know, a young composers program, a lot of people think we are trying to make the next generation of composers. And I wouldn't say that's wrong. But what we're really trying to do is make the next generation of leaders, of young people who feel empowered to share their ideas and speak up when it is time, even when it is difficult to do so. So what we're going to do today is, normally with young composers, what I will do is I'll come in the classroom and I will do a kickoff. And that kickoff involves me going over a series of musical things, and then we try to end with a musical game. And so I'm going to run a little bit of that musical game right now is what I want to do. And I think what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to put you guys in some groups here. So I've got 4 great students right now. And I'm going to put Sarah and Rachel in one group. You guys are group 1. And then I'm going to put Luke and Leah in a group. And I did that on purpose. Everybody is a giant Star Wars nerd at some point, I think. So there's no way not to do that. And I talk about leitmotif in this little demonstration at some point. So, all right, here we go, my people. We're going to do a little bit of a musical game. We are going to try and turn a story into music. Now, this is part of a bigger project. This is our kickoff day, but there's a part of a bigger project, and there's usually 5 parts to our project. That project is that you guys are going to write a story. Then we're going to turn that story into music. And then we're going to put on a concert for everybody you know, and you're going to invite lots of people to that concert, and you may even do artwork or act or participate in this performance of your music that we got from your story. And so I'm going to, try to, I don't know what to do with this right now.
Celebration happening in someone's neighborhood.
Yes.
Sorry, I live in Capitol Hill, and there's a lot going on down here right now. I'll try to turn my microphone down a little bit, see if that helps.
I'm going to try to move mine so that it doesn't put such a weird shadow on my face, too, like I'm tattooed over half my face or something. All right, so here we go. First of all, what I need one of my people right now to raise their hand and give me a character. Give me the name of a character. Yes, Luke.
Frank the cat.
Frank the cat. All right, I'm going to write that down. Frank the cat. You know, what kind of cat are we talking about? Can you describe the cat at all?
I mean, not skinless, furless.
Hold on. Sarah, I need you to raise your hand. Luke's cat. This was Luke's cat, Sarah.
Oh.
So, Luke, are you all right with this cat, or do we have a different kind of cat right now?
No, Frank is a black cat.
Frank is a black cat. All right, I'm going to put that right here. Frank the black cat. Normally, I'd be writing this on some kind of dry erase board or smart board. I, of course, am not smart enough to run a smart board. Typically, I need classroom teacher help for such a thing. But we have Frank the black cat is our character right now. So what I need is a musical idea that could go along with Frank the black cat. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to close your eyes for 10 seconds and use your musical imaginations and come up with a musical idea for Frank the black cat. Here we go. All right, my people, that's time. Let's open our eyes back up. Now, this is one of the most challenging things for our young people right now, because you have to use your voice and perhaps sing in front of the class. And I know how weird that is, and I know how hard that can be. And so just so that you're comfortable, I want you to know I'll never ask you to do anything I won't do. So, la-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There, I sang in front of the class. So hopefully you will feel brave enough to sing in front of the class too. And so I would like somebody who friends, who could raise their, by the way, friends, I got from Sam and Luke for sure when I talk to the kids. Instead of saying, hey kids, I say, hey friends, because they did that. So friends, who could raise their hand and be big enough or brave enough to share a musical idea for Frank the Black Cat? Rachel. So Rachel, I haven't been happy with your behavior today. And so if I'm going to call on you, I have to know I can trust you. Can I trust you right now, Rachel? Yeah? All right.
Yes.
Then I'm super excited to hear your musical idea then. I'm super excited to hear that idea.
Okay. Do, 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 meow. Do, 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 meow.
How many? 2 times? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Is there 2 times there? I love that. I love that. So we have talked a little bit about kind of 3 different musical ideas that we come up with as we turn these stories into music. And there was ostinato, melody, or sound effect. And so who can raise their hand and tell me what an ostinato is? Luke?
An ostinato is a repeating musical pattern. An
That's
ostinato
right.
is a repeating musical pattern.
An
ostinato is a repeating musical pattern.
All together now, an ostinato is a
repeating musical pattern.
That's right. That's right. And so we have ostinatos, and then we have sound effects, which there's all kinds of sound effects, right? And then we have melodies, which we talked before about how a melody is like a musical sentence. And so, by the way, I created a little bit of graphic notation for this line, and it was do, 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 meow. Do, 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 meow. So let me put a ×2 behind there.
I feel like Frank is visiting us.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's the meow meow and Rachel.
So what I'm wondering is, could one of you tell me, do you think that's an ostinato or a melody or a sound effect, or does it incorporate more than one?
All of them.
Yes.
Oh, Sarah, please raise your hand.
I forget to raise my
Send you to timeout. So I agree,
I've been
though.
holding back. I just want to say I have been holding back so far.
Mr. Goodman, can we put Sarah's name on the board for possible redirection?
Don't play my dinosaur.
We kicked her out.
Oh.
That's what happens. She'll leave the class.
Harsh.
You can't participate appropriately. You're out of here.
Ouch.
Oh, things get rough on the playground. They get rough in the playground. K-12 stuff. So what I want to do is go back to this great idea that Rachel gave us. So around Frank the Black Cat, Luke's character, Rachel's musical idea. Let's practice together. So we're going to go do, 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 meow. And let's do it 4 times, okay? Ready, go.
Do, 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 meow. Do, 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 meow. Do, 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 meow. Do, 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 meow.
Now, what's so amazing about that is that with internet latency, that was all over the place, and it still sounds almost exactly like what happens in a classroom. There's a natural latency at 4th grade, 5th grade, 3rd grade in the classroom. So here's what we need to do now. We need to work on some more of our story. So we need to maybe have a setting for Frank the Black Cat, and we need to maybe have an adventure or an action. Oh, Sarah's got something. Sarah's got something. Tell us what's going on with Frank the Black Cat, Sarah.
You know, Frank the Black Cat got in an alley fight, and he ends up in an animal shelter.
Whoa, whoa. So we got 2 things here. Alley fight. Animal shelter.
Yeah, he's known around the block, you know, and it just went too far.
Oh, he's got a
one
reputation?
day, and it caught up to him, yeah.
Got a reputation. All right. So I do want to talk about one thing, because this is a little game we're playing on kickoff day. But as you guys write stories as a classroom, and as we go into making musical ideas together, I just want to remind you that in this particular exercise, we love lots of drama in our stories, because lots of drama makes really dramatic music, right? Remember how we had talked before about, like, if I had a story that went, today I woke up at a regular time and I ate some very plain oatmeal, and then I just walked kind of slowly to the end of my block. Like, what a boring story, right? That music is gonna probably be kind of lame. And so we like lots of drama and lots of action, and I think we got action, but what I wanted to bring up is we don't want to kill anybody in our stories, okay? And I want you to think of all the characters. Like, I don't want a SpongeBob maybe, or, you know, I mean, I understand that at some point sharks and tornadoes are gonna make it into every story. In fact, 10 years of young composers tells me that we're just really scoring Sharknado. But at some point, all of the characters need to be ours. All the musical ideas need to be ours. And we can have lots of drama and lots of action, but probably not killing. What was that, Sarah?
I said don't harsh on cinematic masterpieces. JK.
I'm just saying that Sharknado might be from the minds of fourth graders. So what we need right now is we need music for the alley fight. But you know what I'm wondering? Maybe we need to come up with another cat that was part of the alley fight and a musical idea for that cat. Is it another cat, Sarah? Is that who? Yeah? So could we maybe come up with another?
Actually, it was a turkey.
A turkey? Does this turkey have a name?
Turkey.
Yeah.
What is the turkey? Does turkey have a name?
Benjamin Franklin.
Oh my goodness. Benjamin Franklin turkey. Can't wait to meet your parents at parent-teacher conferences. So what I need right now, we're gonna close our eyes and count to 10 again. Well, I'm gonna count to 10. I need your best musical imagination, best musical ideas for Benjamin Franklin turkey. Here we go. Can someone share that idea with me? Yeah, Leah.
Mine is.
All right, let's try that all together, partially because Conrad has a terrible memory and he forgets your ideas while we try to do this. So one more time, Leah. Very brave of you. Great idea, by the way. Love the idea. Can we hear it again? Okay.
Kind of like the turkey.
So we need like a little. I'm not doing a great job, but can we do that all together? Let's do it 4 times together so that we remember, okay? Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, ready, go. All right. I think that's great. So, what I want to do is just start telling the story and putting music to it. So I'm going to narrate and then we're going to do the musical ideas, okay? So just as a reminder, we had do 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 meow. Is that right? Do 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 meow. And so here's how it's going to go. I'm going to say Frank the cat was walking down the alley one day, and then we're going to sing Frank the cat's part twice. And then I'm going to say, and then he ran into Benjamin Franklin turkey. And here's Benjamin Franklin's idea. Bloop. Right? And then we're going to sing those together, and then we're going to figure out what the fight sounds like. I've got some kind of cool ideas for that, by the way. So here we go. Frank the cat was walking down the alley.
Meow. Meow.
And he ran into his nemesis, Ben Franklin turkey. Hey, you know what? That reminds me, the instruments that you are writing for are percussion and violin and flute. Who do you think would do a good job with Frank the Black Cat? Luke, yeah.
Violin.
You know what? I think violin could do okay there. Now, one thing that I want to remind you all is, can you only have one instrument at a time, or can all the instruments play together?
Together.
Well, right now they can only play one at a time because we're in a pandemic.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Sarah. That is really great. That is really great. You are absolutely correct. But if we were all together, you could have one or two or three or everybody. I think it's fantastic that you could start thinking about putting them together. And so one of the things that we just did right now is we created leitmotifs. Do you remember when I said that funny word? Let's say that together. Leitmotifs.
Leitmotifs.
So one of the reasons that I put Luke and Leah in a group together is one of the great, a leitmotif is a piece of music that we attach to a person or an action or a thing. And one of the greatest leitmotifs ever is dun 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 dun. Thank you, Sam. Can someone raise your hand and tell me who that is? Who is that? Yeah, Leah.
Darth Vader.
Yeah, that's Darth Vader's theme, right? I forgot his name, but that's Darth Vader, right? So we've created leitmotifs, and one of the things I want to do is, because that's such a fun word, and because I want you to really explore making different sounds and different characters, I want us all to say leitmotif like we're a robot. Ready?
Leitmotif.
And then I want us to say leitmotif like we're frogs. Leitmotif. And then I want us to sing leitmotif like we're opera singers. Ready? Here we go. Now, it's very appropriate, actually, that we sang that word like opera singers, if you knew where it came from. So anyways, we've got Frank the cat, da, 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 meow, da, 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 meow. And then they meet Benjamin Franklin Turkey in an alley, and that was bloop, 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 and they get into a fight. And what I'm wondering is what kind of music we're going to have for the fight. In fact, I want to try something right now. I'm going to put us in our groups. And Luke and Leah, you are Frank the cat. And Sarah and Rachel, you are Benjamin Franklin Turkey. And so we're going to layer the ideas. So I'm going to say, once upon a time, there was Frank the cat. And Luke and Leah are going to sing the Frank the cat idea. And then I'm going to say, and he ran into Benjamin Franklin Turkey. And then Rachel and Sarah are going to sing the Benjamin Franklin Turkey idea right over top of the Frank the cat idea. So we're going to stack things up and have more than one musical idea happening at a time. Such a great thing for us to try, right? Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a black cat named Frank the Black Cat.
Doot, 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 meow. Doot, 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 meow.
And one day he was walking, keep going.
Meow.
One day he was walking
Doot,
through an
doot,
alley,
doot, doot,
and he
meow.
ran into his nemesis,
Doot,
Benjamin
doot,
Franklin
doot,
Turkey.
doot, meow. Doot, 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 meow. Doot, 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 meow. Doot, 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 meow.
And they got into a fight.
Doot, 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 meow.
Thank you, Sarah. That was amazing. And so now we have to decide what the fight is going to sound like. And what instrument would be good for the fight, do you think?
Drums!
Oh, yeah. Drums are really good for that, right? So why don't we just everybody make a bunch of drum sounds when we get to the fight, okay? I'm with you on that, Sarah. I saw that. Why don't we all make a bunch of drum sounds when we get to the fight? And then what happens is they're going to end up in the animal shelter, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. So let's do what we did before. 2 groups.
Can I do
layered
body
with different
percussion?
Characters. Yeah, body percussion's great. So here we go. Once upon a time, there was a black cat named Frank.
Doot, 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 meow.
And he was walking through an alley and ran into his Benjamin Franklin Turkey.
Doot, 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 meow. Doot, 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 meow.
These two didn't like each other, and so they got into a fight.
Meow. Doot, 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 meow. Doot, 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 meow.
Animal control came and took them both to the animal shelter.
Wah,
Now-
wah, wah.
I love that, Rachel. Now, one of the things we have to do in this program, though, is we have to write all of our own music, but sometimes we could quote. And that's what that was. It was a great little quote. So what I loved, too, is that even without asking, you guys combined Frank the Cat's musical idea and Benjamin Franklin's Benjamin Franklin Turkey's musical idea while they were fighting. You guys are great composers already. You are great composers already. In fact, I want you to look to the person to your left and say, "You are a composer."
You are a composer.
And then I want you to look to the person to your right and say, "You are a composer."
You are a composer.
And then I want you to look to the person behind you and be like, "I don't know about you yet." I'm just kidding. You look behind you and say, "You're a composer too."
You're a composer,
You're a composer too.
All right, so the last thing that we need to do here is
We need to do a Brady Bunch. Like, we need to, like, look up, and then we need to...
Oh, yeah.
That's your second demerit, Sarah. Could you, I just, friends, I would just like to remind you that I can only hear you if you raise your hands before speaking. So we need 10 more seconds. Let's close our eyes and come up with one more musical idea for the animal shelter. You think it's fun to be in the animal shelter, or you think that might be kind of sad and kind of scary? All right, who's got the animal shelter idea for me?
I need more closed eye time.
All right, let's go 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds. I know you had an idea, Rachel, but maybe just really solidify it. All right, what do we got? Rachel, what do you have to share with us?
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
I love that. Would that be an ostinato or a melody or a sound effect?
That's the ostinato.
Oh, okay, because I felt like that was a melody. That just had a little more emotional content to it. But I can also see where short musical ideas could be either one sometimes, right? Let's practice that together. 1, 2, ready, go.
Do 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 do.
You know, by the way, audience at home, one of the hardest things about being a K-12 music teacher is knowing what register to sing in when you are working with young people. That has always been tricky. So let's do what we did before. We're going to have, who was it? Luke and Leah were Frank the Cat, right?
Yep.
And then my other two are Benjamin Franklin Turkey. And then we're going to get in our fight. And then we're going to get taken to the animal shelter. So here we go. Once upon a time, there was a cat named Frank the Cat.
Do 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 meow. Do 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 meow.
And he ran into Benjamin Franklin Turkey.
Do 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 meow. Do 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 meow.
In an alley, and they got into a fight.
Meow. Do 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 meow. Do 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 meow. Do do do
And they got taken to animal jail.
Wah wah wah.
Do 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 do.
Man, you guys were amazing today. You were amazing today. I can't wait to come back and see what kind of music you were going to write, what kind of stories you're going to write, and the concert that we're going to put on. So, hey, thanks for having me, everybody, and I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Donate to the playground.
Yeah, right down
Yes,
there
please.
below is where you can give to make sure that I get to walk into classrooms and be crazy uncle, just like that. But also so that the kids in those classrooms get to actually interact with the musicians of the playground and get to have their ideas fully realized, both as stories, as artwork, and as compositions. And then those ideas are shared with their families, their classmates, their communities. And so thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, and if you're a K-12 teacher out there and you want us to come to your school, even virtually, we can deliver this program virtually, as you can see. So yeah, please reach out. Let us know. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Must have lost track of time. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Playground Stream-A-Thon. It is a beautiful, dark afternoon here in Denver, Colorado. It's amazing how early it gets dark now that daylight saving time is done. But this is definitely live because it's a stream-a-thon and you can't stream something that's pre-recorded. So yes, I'm Michael Hanna. This is my set, Songs About Crazy. I'm really glad that you're here. I'm going to talk a little bit about music, talk about crazy, talk about the playground. But before I do all that talking, let's start with a clip.
Live television audience was allowed to see a man who is arguably the face of mental illness, a man described as a monster.
Many are facing misdemeanor charges and will bond out. That means even though they have been diagnosed with a mental disorder, they could soon be back in your neighborhood.
I mean, what really happened here, the mental health situation in the country is in complete breakdown. And if we leave these homicidal maniacs on the street, they don't obey the law, they could care less about it, they're gonna kill.
People who are going around shooting people are the ones who have mental health issues.
At the root problem is usually a mental disorder.
For mental health conditions,
That person will very easily be your next little neighbor.
ranging from depression to anxiety,
So therefore you should be concerned about him. He has access to coming in contact with your kids
to some sleep disturbance.
And with the entire family.
In China, they're having a similar phenomenon where these things are occurring with more frequency. You can't get your hands on the guns in China, but it's happening with knives and axes in schools.
Exceedingly mentally ill.
It's 100% a mental health problem.
Silence. Stigma. Fear. Rejection. Shame. Silence.
As they say, you can never fully defend yourself against a madman. It's impossible.
Rejection. Shame. Silence.
In a high school classroom with 30 students, 15 will develop a mental illness in their lifetime. 7 have a mental illness that has already emerged. And 3 have attempted suicide. This is real. This is relevant. This is important. This is your brain.
Okay, well, that was from This Is Your Brain, a video that worked on a few years ago for high school kids. I've got a little bit more that I'm going to play from that for you later, and I'll talk a little more about it if I have some time. But this is the Playground Stream-A-Thon, so I need to say a few words about the Playground. My first involvement with the Playground was back when it was still the experimental Playground Ensemble. That was back in 2008 that I was involved. The only lasting impact from my involvement was Conrad texted me a few months ago and asked about a very obscure security question on one of our accounts that I had set up. And I thought I remembered the answer. He tried it, it didn't work, but so they were locked out and they had to had to contact support to get someone to let them into the account. So that was the only lasting impact from my first round of being involved with the Playground. But I have now been on the board for a year and a half and have not set any security questions in that time. But yes, this is a fundraiser for the Playground. We would love it if you would schedule a donation for Colorado Gives Day. Colorado Gives Day is in December, but you can schedule a donation in advance. And that's what we're hoping you'll do today. You can go to our website, playgroundensemble.org, and click on the button there to go and schedule a donation. The Playground, almost 90% of what we take in goes back out to pay players, players who play on our concerts. These are musicians who are trying to make a living and they're doing something really cool. They're playing music, and they're playing music by living composers, by people who live in Colorado or around the world, but people who are still alive to hear and appreciate their music. And I can tell you from my experience as an undergraduate, I studied at DU, the Lamont School of Music, and it was really annoying at first because when I first came in, I was a transfer student. So, because I started with biochem and math at CU and then decided to do music composition. Pretty typical story. But I came in and I didn't know anybody. And there was this really annoying ensemble that I was a part of. It was called the New Music Ensemble. And I had to, in my first quarter, which quarters are about 10 weeks long, I had to find people, I had to write a piece, and I had to find people to play that piece for free. I mean, I guess I could have paid them out of my pocket, but I mean, there was nothing in my pocket except lint. And so, and I didn't know anybody, and I'm an introvert, and I didn't much care for that. I was terrified. Now, as I got to know some more people, it got easier with each quarter. And looking back on it, I really, really value the fact that I had to do that, but it was really hard at first. And so the person who was, he wasn't a professor, I don't think you're allowed to call him a professor, and an instructor Kehn, I don't know, Conrad Kehn was the leader of that ensemble, ironically, and he of course is the founder of the Playground Ensemble. So that's sort of some connection there. But I guess you could say that what he was doing then at that time, instilling that value, the importance of writing music for real people. Because you can write stuff for a computer to do, and the computer can do just about anything. But real people can't do just about anything. And actually, there's something really beautiful about those limitations, about the fact that wind players need to breathe, the fact that there are some intervals or notes or things that you just can't do on some instruments. Those constraints, I don't know, they force you to write music in a way that is more organic. We use the word idiomatic. I don't need to talk about that, but talk about an idiom. And it really, you write better music as a result. So, but more than that, that's just from a composer's standpoint. It's really nice to write for real people and have real people play your music. But from an audience standpoint, I mean, it's really, listening to live music is special. You know, you connect with the composer, you connect with the music, you connect with the players in a way that you don't get otherwise. So the Playground Ensemble does a lot of live music, and they perform a lot of music with real people, even if it's not live, even if it's streamed. They have real people play music and they pay those people. So that's really cool. And that is worth supporting. Anyway, I've talked a lot. Let's get back to the music. Here's a clip from something I did a few years ago that I hope you're going to enjoy.
He was a sad hatter. Time and time again he saw his world shatter. Felt without a friend. Did it really matter how it all would end for a sad, sad hatter?
Come with me to a tea party. Don't worry, it isn't political. This tea party is metaphorical, historical, and considerably unrelated to the fella I'm going to be telling you about in this song. I just wanted to explain the name I'm using so y'all can follow along, just like Alice.
Remember, Alan? It's a song about Alan.
Actually, no, it's not. But Alice did go to a tea party where she met a Mad Hatter. The song isn't about a Mad Hatter, rather, a sad hatter. Are you with me? Good. Goodness grace, he had a long face, the longest of the long nine. With measured pace, from place to place, he'd draw and walk the line. Well known for keeping score, he patented a flotation device. He walked on water for nearly a mile. A kick in the head left him dead overnight. He was known for wigging out, never for pigging out. He didn't fail completely in sales, but he wasn't cut out for retail. He got lost in the mail, dirt under his nails, avoided ales, documented dales, a render of rails, a teller of tales, a tracker of trails. He heard the wounded wail under flogging flail. He held the city without bail. He was fierce and he was frail. He was haggard and he was hale. Yeah. So, do you know the Sad Hatter? Yeah, I believe you do. Because the Sad Hatter was none other.
Oh no, you'll never know. Just kidding.
Because the Sad Hatter was none other than Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln struggled with severe depression, serious mental illness.
He wrote, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on the earth. Whether I shall ever be better, I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not."
But he did get better. He did go on and accomplish great things. May we find some hope in that part of Lincoln's story. His story is also a testament to the power of friendship. His community of family and friends looked after him when he was not well. And in his darkest hours, they even set up a suicide watch so someone could be with him 24/7. Abraham Lincoln persevered, but not passively. He wrestled with his mental illness, forever seeking to better understand it so that he might cope better in the future. And when it came his turn to be a friend to someone in need, he was able to reach out from his own personal experience, bringing strength from his pain. Hope, friendship, perseverance. I'd say that's a pretty neat hat trick.
He was fierce. And he was frail. He was haggard. And he was hale. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Sorry, that's something I do when I give a presentation. I'll play it at the beginning up to that point and have it cut off. And then everybody will be like, oh my gosh, who is it? And then they have to wait until I come up and talk. And then I play the rest of the whole thing for them. They say, oh, but you didn't have to wait that long. So I don't feel too bad. Okay, moving right along. This next piece is something from, it was a project that we started working on, a video dictionary of crazy, different mental illness terminology and disorders and whatnot. This is the entry for psychosis, which is hallucinations and delusions. Those are the two components of psychosis that can exist either together or one or the other. It's interesting, a lot of people don't think of delusions as psychotic, but they certainly can be. Anyway, this piece is built around a poem, just a couplet, 2 lines of poetry. Some stars you can only see with your peripheral vision. There are some things you can only see by not looking at them. If you think about that, it's pretty deep, man. It's true. There are some stars you can only see with your peripheral vision. It's, if you're looking directly at a spot in the night sky and it's dark, and you look just a little bit to the right or the left, so it's now in your peripheral vision about 15 to 20 degrees, you can often see a star that's too dim to really see when you're looking straight on. And that has to do with the distribution of rods and cones in your retina. But it's called averted vision, I think is the, yeah, it's a phenomenon that people use sometimes in astronomy. Anyway, it's kind of a mental exercise though, because you're focusing on something that you can't look at directly. So you can't look right at it and see it, but you're focusing on it without focusing on it. It's kind of a weird thing, but I like it as a metaphor for psychosis, specifically hallucinations. You know, you think of hallucinations and like schizophrenia and you think of A Beautiful Mind, which is a great movie, but it really is a metaphoric depiction of schizophrenia, not a literal depiction of schizophrenia. And in that movie, John Nash interacts with these people. They are actual people that he can touch and talk to, and they talk back to him, and he can, you know, it's like there's someone in the room that only he can see and only he can talk to. And quite often, I suppose there are some hallucinations that manifest like that, but quite often, especially with auditory hallucinations, it's much more ethereal. It's you think you catch just a snatch or a little wisp of a conversation, of a phrase, of something that someone is saying, whether it's someone you know, like across the room whispering about you, or in a crowd, somebody who's just passing you, and they're saying things that are usually incredibly hurtful or personal, or sometimes telling you to do things. And it's almost never the kind of thing where you could stop and turn and talk to a fake person and have a conversation about it. The hallucination is that you hear it and it seems so real that you give it weight. So you give it the weight of reality, even though it isn't real. And so in a sense, you are not looking at that star. You're not actually directly interacting with the voice that's telling you to do something, or that's telling you you are a loser, or telling you or talking about you like, oh, I can't wait till he leaves the room, whatever. But you're focused on it, right? You're focused on it. It's in the periphery. And so I think that this little bit of poetry is really a cool metaphor for describing that phenomenon. Anyway, this is Psychosis, Losing Touch with the World. Well, we are just about out of time for this segment. Thank you so much for joining us, for joining me to share some of this stuff with you. Again, I encourage you to support the Playground for Colorado Gives Day by scheduling a donation. You can go to our website, playgroundensemble.org, and click to go schedule your donation that will be made on Colorado Gives Day in December. This final piece is from This Is Your Brain. I want to tell you a little bit about the compositional process, but there's also, we probably need to clear the air about a certain word that shows up in this video. It's also in the title of my segment, Songs About Crazy. I mentioned the video Dictionary of Crazy. This is, some people are offended by that word. To my surprise, I was surprised to learn that. I learned that because some years ago, my ma and I and a bunch of really cool folks at Adam's Place put out this book called Crazy. And there were some people who wrote in and told me just how much they didn't appreciate that. I myself am crazy. I have obsessive compulsive disorder and bipolar type 2. And I really believe in the value of education and advocacy through music, which is what I've been doing with my music for the last 10 years or so. But I also feel like it's important to be able to talk about things with everyday language instead of relying on terminology like mental illness. It's fine, but I don't know, it's not an everyday sort of word. Whereas crazy is, I mean, that was crazy, man, or she's crazy cool, or I don't know. There are a number of ways that you can use the word that really aren't derogatory. And so I don't intend it that way at all. So if you happen to be, I don't want you to be shocked, okay, when I mention crazy in this last segment here, which is the closing part of a radio show. The entire This Is Your Brain thing is structured as a radio talk show. So hopefully that won't confuse you. If it does, you can go watch the video on thisisyourbrain.org. I don't know if I'm allowed to plug something else, but I just did. So compositionally, I did want to say, because this is kind of a cool opportunity to do this, when we were working on this project, we had a group of people that were, it was kind of a spin-off from a NAMI group. And I asked everybody to go and collect voice recordings from themselves and maybe from their family or people that saying certain words and phrases. And one of the phrases was, "This is your brain." And so I wanted to get a bunch of different people saying that. And I didn't know exactly how I was going to put it together into a piece of music, but I wanted to have a bunch of voices saying them. So I got some great responses. One gentleman, however, his was especially cool because the way he said, "This is your brain," had this intonation to it that was almost musical. And as I played around with it and then sort of tweaked the pitches just a little bit, just nudged it up and down, it actually formed a nice little melodic motive. And from that, I built this entire piece that is really cool, I think. So in here you can hear, I have the original unaltered "This Is Your Brain," the way that he said it, and then it sort of morphs into the slightly tuned, auto-tuned version that actually locks him into some pitches there. But thank you so much for being here today with me, for sharing this time. Thank you for your interest in the Playground and for your support of my music. Hope you enjoy this last little bit, and we'll be back on the other side of that with the next segment in the Playground Stream-A-Thon. Thank you, Julie. We began our time today with a look at stigma, a look at some of the ideas and attitudes that surround mental illness in our culture. And if we don't talk about mental illness in our daily lives, if we don't talk crazy, that means the only time we ever encounter it is when we turn on our TVs after a horrible tragedy and we see a man described as a monster, the face of mental illness. And if you're like me, if you have a mental illness, and half of you do or did or will at some point in your life, if you have a mental illness and that's what you're seeing, the message is, hey, you out there, this is your brain. This monster
And that's not true. Now, I'm not denying that there are tragic consequences sometimes to untreated mental illness. But if that's the only picture of mental illness we get, no wonder nobody wants to talk about it. So I hope you go and talk about mental illness, talk crazy in your daily lives. I hope you tell people about this show. But the next time you turn on your TV and you're getting bombarded with that message, this is your brain, I want you to keep in mind this clip we're about to play. Because all of these people in this clip have one thing in common: mental illness. And just imagine how much poorer our lives would be without these people. Think about how much they've contributed to our world. So yeah, if you have a mental illness, you should definitely seek out help, seek treatment. But you should take some comfort in the fact that crazy people can do some crazy awesome things. Thank you to our guests, Cerebellum and Cerebrum. Thank you to our callers. Thanks for nothing to my call screener. Thank you for listening. My name is Michael Hanna. You've been listening to This Is Your Brain on KMRI. KMRI.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your
My brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
My
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain.
This is your brain. This is your brain. This is your brain.
Hi everyone, my name is Britta Hurula. My pronouns are she and hers, and I am a board member, composer, and songwriter with the Playground Ensemble here, obviously. I came about the Playground Ensemble when I was in college. I was attending Metropolitan State University of Denver and ended up interning with the ensemble, working as our director Conrad's sort of assistant, and I got to see all the inner workings of a local nonprofit in the arts space, which was a fantastic experience. Despite that, when I got out of college, I went into sort of the more business sector, worked in offices and did some corporate things. but found after a few years that I was really interested in getting back into music and my creative passions. And so when I hit that point, it was incredibly obvious to me that the place to start would be the Playground Ensemble. And one of the biggest reasons for that is that the ensemble has such a focus on current music and living composers, and a diverse set of living composers as well. And that's something that feels critical to me because it perpetuates these art forms instead of leaving them to history and leaving them to composers who have since left us, essentially. It gives a lot of opportunity for new works to be generated, which is something that we do every year. There's multiple concerts in which we commission new pieces. My personal favorite is our yearly Pride concert, which includes usually 1 or 2 commissions, and then in a full program from LGBTQ+ composers, which is a fantastic thing to see in the arts world. So thank you all for joining us today, whether you've supported the Playground in the past or not. As you may have noticed, we're doing this for Colorado Gives Day to sort of get ahead of that, since that's in the first week of December, I believe. We've got this link scrolling across the bottom. You can type that in to go and schedule your donations if you're able to do so. Today, I'd like to share some of my music with you. I'm pretty excited to do so. These are both brand new pieces that I've written while kind of quarantined and locked down here in Denver. And the first one is a solo piece for bass guitar. My approach to writing in quarantine has largely been to find ways to generate works sort of within this space of being by myself. So as a guitarist, bassist, and singer, those are the things you're going to hear from me today. The first piece is called When This Is Over, and I started writing it in March with sort of the main pedal tone and motif that you're going to hear. And at that time, I thought it was pretty funny that people were tweeting and sharing memes about, you know, the idea of, oh, when this is over, we'll all go hang out again, or we'll all do these things that we miss now that we're in quarantine. Now that we're 7-8 months into this, I think we all have a different opinion of what that might look like. So this piece really tries to capture that energy of being sort of stuck in a place and waiting for something to come around, and was also heavily inspired by a quote from composer Max Richter. He says, "I enjoy the idea of a piece of music as a place to think." And so that's the intent with this piece, which I hope you will enjoy. Excellent. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. This next piece is sort of a different track. That was, I would consider, more of a composition. This next one I would consider to be more of a song, and sort of shows off the songwriting side of what I tend to do. This was sort of based on that same idea of having a piece of music as a place to think. And when I approached that from a songwriting perspective, I found that I was sort of using a hymn structure where you have the sort of same chords repeated over and over again with the same melody and just a varying vocal. And that's how this kind of came out. I'm pretty happy with it, and I hope you enjoy it as well and have another chance to kind of mellow out to it. This one is called I Am Trying to Break My Heart. Please enjoy.
Young and wild, nothing yet to lose. Can't keep quiet, shouting through the night. And that was magic if I've ever known it. Always acting like I understand. Better learn or I'll forget what's right. So I am trying to break my heart. I am trying to break my heart. No, there's always possibility. Moving slowly, searching for the light. I'll take my heroes where I can find them. Never thinking there's another way. Making guesses far too quick to find. Like I am trying to break my heart. I am trying to break my heart.
Thank you again for listening today and for hanging out with the Playground this afternoon. Hope you're enjoying it. And if you can, please check out the link below. Set up your donation for Colorado Gives Day. The Playground is a very small grassroots organization, and one of the fantastic things about that is that every dollar we receive counts and goes right back to the almost 50 creatives that we pay each year. So stick around for lots more great stuff. Next up, we have CJ Garcia, who is a fellow board member.
Thanks, Britta. And hello, everyone. Before I begin, I've been listening to the stream all day, and to hear everyone talk about the Playground, it's been very, very reinvigorating to see this music scene blossoming. And I just feel so good about being part of this organization. Anyway, I'll get to it. My name is CJ Garcia, and I am a board member and the treasurer for the Playground Ensemble. I joined the board in 2019 after doing some work with the Playground's Young Composers program. You saw that earlier. That was lots of fun. I did that for a couple of years, and I really wanted to do a little bit more with supporting music programs that aligned with my values. Those being diverse representation in progressive programming and the promotion of living composers. We've heard that all day today, and it's very true. Representation matters, and to me, the Playground Ensemble understands this. They put on an annual Pride concert. They do education work in often lower income schools. And most recently, they had a big success with Jeff Campbell in the Emancipation Theater with Raverro, helping pushing for justice for the Denver artist. That's kind of my short list of the reasons why I support this ensemble, and I really hope that would be enough to encourage you to support this ensemble as well. Scrolling down below, you'll see it right there. Right there. coloradogives.org/playground ensemble is someplace you can go to sign up and donate, either a one-time or a small monthly amount. Any donation would be greatly appreciated. I also wanted to share a little fun story about my first interaction with the Playground Ensemble. I was in high school, and I started writing my first string quartet piece. And just through my upbringing, my biggest motivation to finish a piece is a deadline. And I found a call for scores called the Colorado Composers Concert. And I thought, perfect, there's a deadline in a couple weeks, and I'll finish my piece for that. The day of the deadline comes, and everything goes wrong. The printer runs out of ink, so I had to print it on some dark purple instead of black ink. I forgot to remove my name from the title, so I had to Sharpie over that on the printed score. We ran out of stamps, and our post office was closed, so we had to drive to another town, and my mom and I dropped off the piece so we could have the postmark of the submission deadline day. I would love to tell you that my piece was accepted and everything was well, and that started my career as a composer, but it was not a good piece. I'm very glad the Playground didn't select it. I listened to it recently, and it definitely doesn't hold up. But that did, get me writing a bit more, and I ended up going to DU for a degree in music composition. And all my professors looked familiar. I couldn't quite place it, and it wasn't until I got into my music tech class and I see Conrad Kehn there. And I'm like, oh, that's the dude from CoCoCo, the Playground Ensemble. He probably saw my purple notation and Sharpied score. And then I started noticing that there was this little banner that was on the Playground's website for a while that had pictures of all the members of the ensemble. And I was like, oh, I have a theory class, and I have a musicology class, and I have a music tech class with all of these people. And that's when I started to feel a little bit more connected to the Colorado music scene. And to this day, I'm grateful for that call for scores years and years ago for CoCoCo. Otherwise, I might not be speaking to you for them today. Before I explain a little bit about my piece, I wanted to remind you again to check out that banner below, www.coloradogives.org. You can either search for the Playground Ensemble to schedule a donation, or you can go to coloradogives.org/playground ensemble, the Playground Ensemble. That'll take you right there. It's also on our website, www.playgroundensemble.org. There's a donate button, and it'll take you right where you need to go. Okay. So without getting too far into the weeds, I'll explain a little bit about this piece you're going to hear. Essentially, there are 4 things happening simultaneously. You'll hear the poem The Beginning of September, written by Robert Haas and read by Denver poet Ben Remke. You'll hear the poem Tracing Terra Incognita, written by myself and read by my wife, myself, and an electronically synthesized voice, which is kind of fun. Then you'll hear 2 sets of musical notes happening. One set of notes is calculated by the distance between each letter in the Robert Haas poem, and the other set of notes gives harmony to each of those notes, calculated by each letter in my poem. And then I put it all together with a visual representation of these calculations, with the distance between the notes being the length of the lines you're going to see on the screen, and then the angle of those lines being calculated by the harmony. That's about as far into it as I'm going to get it. It's unnecessarily complicated, but it was a fun piece to write. It was the most creative thing I think I've done so far, and I hope you enjoy it. That's my spiel. Enjoy the piece. Please, again, if you can, donate. We'd really appreciate it. And I hope you have a great Saturday. Enjoy.
And so began a dialogue out inside. Folds of crust speckled with imagination. She spoke first. Oh, how fit. Peering from behind, he saw.
He didn't think she ought to.
Looking over her shoulder.
And she thought she should.
Your geography will change. That very thing.
Dangers are everywhere. Auxiliary verbs, fish bones, fine carelessness. No one really likes the odor of geraniums, not the woman who dreams of sunlight and is always late to work, nor the man who would be happy in all circumstances. Words are abstract, but words are abstract is a dance, car crash, heart's delight. It's the design dumb hunger has upon the world. Nothing is severed in hot mornings when the deer nibble flowerheads in the summer of hay leaves. Somewhere in the summer dusk is the sound of children setting the table. That is mastery. Spoon, knife, folded napkin, fork, glasses of the place for the plate is wholly imagined. Mother sits here and father sits there, and this is your place, and this is mine. A good story compels her like sexual hunger. It tastes of illusion in her elbow.
She's bound out. She's bound out employees, wandering eyes peel, that's all it is. Not clean yet, no. Behaving now like the fragmented criminals. Added possible for cosmos.
We shouldn't be here.
Again, she says.
We should not be here. We were told not to.
She now stands.
What?
She says louder.
Let us not declare. Now,
he adjusted his hat. Now I'm saying that you had to tell me, did I? Annoyed now. Meaning, no, I just need to do this. She responds. I'm not here yet. Alrighty, just know, if I had an extra spade, you could help.
Gray.
Gray.
Goddess.
Holding.
Pleasure.
Whiskey.
Shiny.
Piano.
Mask.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Solitude.
Glass. Waves.
Mother.
Across.
Books.
Bindings. Cast iron ships.
Hungarian.
Change.
Resonance.
The turning of the tide.
New. CJ Eckelberg.
Blossoms.
I'd like to put contact.
Ripe blackberries.
No chicken burrito.
She said,
Violins,
reside.
violets.
And he said,
Treble
chord
here.
height.
She
Blowing
said,
sex
sunlight,
blowing in sax.
cypress.
The
He said,
intimate inmate
idiot
is
children,
behind
nibbling
bars
arsenic
of
and
measure,
flaking
measure.
paint.
She said,
Distance,
a small
breadth,
pool of
breadths.
semen.
Translucent
If they
on my
leave
belly.
exile.
He
The
said,
air, the
maybe,
body,
he
fire.
said, maybe.
They returned to the car, turned on the heat.
The child approaches the mirror very fast,
Held hands.
then stops
Waves kept breaking.
and watches himself gravely.
Melodies disappear. Not simply muted, just gone. Leaving misty paths of noisescapes. Do not forget to listen for the harmony.
Thanks again for watching that, everyone. I really appreciate you taking the time of your day to give us a listen, give me a listen, and I really hope if you have the chance to donate, again, coloradogives.org/the Playground Ensemble. But that's it for me. I'll pass it on over to our playground cellist, Jake Saunders. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jake Saunders. I'm the cellist of Playground Ensemble. First of all, thank you so much, CJ. That was absolutely incredible and such an incredible experience watching that with you. I've been a member of the Playground Ensemble since 2019. I'm originally from Boise, Idaho, and I moved to Colorado to start a graduate program, and pretty immediately started looking around to seeing what's going on here in the community, in the Denver community, and looking for ways to integrate myself into the scene here. And that's how I really connected with Playground Ensemble. For me, it's been just exactly that, an incredible way to connect with other like-minded creatives in the community through performance, through education events, through commission projects. And I've come to learn that Playground Ensemble really is an incredible intersection of remarkable creative folks in this community. We've been seeing a pretty incredible swath of that throughout the live stream today, but this includes all kinds of composers, performers, multimedia artists, like-minded community members, board members, and everybody's committed to this mission of fostering what's happening in Colorado. So for that reason, Playground is an extension of this community and also a reflection of the world that we live in. I've come to learn that Playground Ensemble is also an organization with a real moral compass. Through the work that we do, and some of this evidence is the recent project Justice for Raverro, annual Pride concerts celebrating LGBTQ community, and also through the diversity of composers that are programmed every season. So support for Playground Ensemble means support for this community, for the Denver community, for the Colorado community, but also support for an art form that's living and breathing and constantly developing. And so we're doing this event to kick off Colorado Gives. And as we've been talking about, we're raising money. There's a link scrolling right down there. And if you are able to do so, we encourage you to pop on over to coloradogives.org/the Playground Ensemble and donate as an expression of your commitment to what's happening in the Denver, Colorado communities. If you're not able to do so, that's fine. We hope you enjoy. Maybe you want to hang on to the link, bookmark it. Maybe you want to pass it along to somebody else who may be interested and able to contribute. In addition to being a local ensemble, Playground Ensemble is also a connection to what's happening in the artistic community on a national as well as international level. And in that vein, I'm very excited to premiere 2 videos that I've been sitting on for almost a year now, of works by Sarah Kirkland-Snyder and Marcos Balter. I performed these in September of 2019 at the University of Colorado in Boulder. And the first video is Sarah Kirkland-Snyder's The Reserved, the Reticent, which is a solo cello piece that she wrote in 2004. And it's sort of like her love letter to the cello. She studied the cello when she was younger and regretted not going a bit further with it. So we have this incredible piece. It's written in 3 parts. You'll hear an introductory A part. We call that like the first part. There's a contrasting middle part and then return, performed seamlessly. And the work was inspired by a John Ashbery poem. And I asked my poet friend Brenda Ray to read, and she recorded the poem, and I played an excerpt for it as an introduction to the piece. The second piece is by Marcos Balter, his Memoria for solo cello, written in 2007. And to steal the quote from Britta a couple minutes ago, or I think it was maybe her teacher, but anyway, this idea of a place to think, I think is super applicable to Marcos Balter's Memoria. To me, it's really a sonic portrayal of the experience of memory, hazy, intangible, lots of space, kind of changes on, depending on who you ask. And I think just after, you know, the incredible stress and emotional roller coaster we've all been on, I thought this would be a nice contribution to the day. So we'll start off with Sarah Kirkland Snyder's The Reserved, The Reticent.
The night sheen takes over. A moon of Cistercian pallor has climbed to the center of heaven, installed, finally involved with the business of darkness. And a sigh heaves from all the small things on earth, the books, the papers, the old garters and union suit buttons kept in a white cardboard box somewhere, and all the lower versions of cities flattened under the equalizing night. The sun demands and takes away too much. The night, the reserved, the reticent, gives more than it takes.
Hi again. That is Sarah Kirkland Snyder's 2004 piece called The Reserved, the Reticent. As a reminder, this is the beginning of, or leading up to Colorado Gives in December, and the link to donate is scrolling on your screens right down here. That is coloradogives.org/the Playground Ensemble. If you forget that, feel free to check out the Playground Ensemble's website, and there's a donate link there. Second on this set is Marco Spalter's Memoria, 2007 piece. And this piece features a lot of kind of extended techniques for the cello to evoke the experience of memory. And so there's a lot of very fast motion with the bow, a lot of different kinds of harmonic effects, and different sort of textural experiences. And again, it really, to me, depicts in a sonic way just the quality of memory. But also just lots of space to think and consider your donation or how you might like to contribute. Again, this is about a month-long process, and so if you'd like to save the link, please do so or pass along to others. I think that's about all. We'll go right into the piece. This is Marco Spalter's Memoria. Hi again. That was Marcos Balter's Memoria, 2007, composition for solo cello. Thank you to everybody for listening, for tuning in today. Thank you to the Playground Ensemble for giving me a platform to premiere those videos. If anybody has any questions about them, just head on to Facebook or the YouTube channel and drop some questions there. As a last reminder for my piece today, this is the kickoff event for about a month-long fundraising project through Colorado Gives. The link is scrolling at the bottom of your screen. It is coloradogives.org/theplaygroundensemble. If you're not able to give today, that's totally fine. Maybe you want to pass that along to somebody else or bookmark it for later. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in, and I'm going to pass things off to David Farrell. Thank you again.
Hey everybody, my name is David Farrell. I'm a composer. I'm a professor of music at Metropolitan State University, and I am the vice president of the Playground Ensembles board. Thanks so much for joining us today on the Stream-A-Thon. I've been here the whole time. I've been watching all the music, talking with everybody, and it's been it's been a lot of fun to hear music, to sort of be talking to people, and to be doing a lot of that engagement today. The reason that I'm here, and I think the reason that a lot of us are here today, is because of our passion for new art. For me, new art is really an enlivening experience. It delights the senses, it's stimulating in that way, but it's also inspiring. It presents me with new ideas, it presents me with new ways of seeing the world, it presents me with new ways of seeing myself. And I have found that engaging with new art leads to more thoughtfulness from myself, more imagination from myself, and more open-mindedness from myself. I think it has made me a better person and a better human in this world. And so new art to me has been something that's been really important to me throughout my adult life. That's why I came to the Playground Ensemble. That's why I'm a member of the Playground Ensemble board. That's why I've been a supporter of the Playground Ensemble for a really, really, really long time now. I wanted to talk a little bit about my connection to the group, and it's been really fun to hear everybody sharing their stories today about how they met the group. And I'm one of the people who didn't have Conrad as a teacher, so I did not get into the group that way. I was a musician outside of Colorado. I was a student for a long time in the Midwest, and I was really fortunate to be in places where there was a strong presence of new music and a strong new music community. And so I got really, that was a really important thing to me, and something that was really wonderful about my musical environments. And so when I moved to Denver in 2011, one of the first things I wanted to do is figure out, like, who are the musicians who are making new music? And if you are here in Colorado and you're looking for that, it's not going to take you long to find the Playground Ensemble, because we do so much for new music in this place. I got connected to the Playground through our violinist, Sarah Whitnah. Sarah and I knew each other prior to my moving to Colorado, and Sarah is the one who told me first about the Colorado Composers Concert, this concert where the Playground Ensemble features new music by local composers every year. And it's always a really exciting concert. And we've got amazing plans for it to continue to be an exciting concert in future years. And so when I first got here, I applied to CoCoCo, and I got to have my music played by the Playground, and I got to meet the Playground, and I wanted to share an experience that I had with that, because it's an experience that is not unique to me. I sent my music in, and the Playground said, we're going to play it, and they said, come to a rehearsal at this time, and I didn't know anybody. And as a composer, I can say, like, going to the first rehearsal with a bunch of musicians you've never met before is a really harrowing experience, because you really don't know what it's going to be like. They might be good, they might not be good, they might be prepared, they might not be prepared, they might be enthusiastic, they might not be. And the experience I had, of course, was that the Playground not only were fantastic musicians who, on their first reading of the piece, gave it a really phenomenal performance, but were also really thoughtful people who asked a lot of questions and wanted a lot of feedback. And having been involved with the group for such a long time, I know that I'm not the only composer with that experience. Every time we're premiering something, I have a conversation with the composer and I just ask how it's all been. And inevitably they say, wow, the group is really well rehearsed. And that is true. And that's a point of pride, I think, that we take, that we take real care with the new music we perform. And so after the Playground performed my music, I got to know the people a little better. I joined the board, and I've been on the board ever since, starting back in 2012. The Playground is new music on the Front Range. The Playground really does so much new music. They play so much new art. They play so many new works. And as I said before, new art is such an important experience to me that I can't help but support this group. I was trying to think back on some of my favorite performances, and some of them have been shown already in some of our videos here. The ensemble plays so many contemporary classics. I think of our concert of Quartet for the End of Time. Think of our performance for 8 Songs for Mad King, of Black Angels, of Different Trains. These are all pieces of music that I have found really inspiring, and I've been so happy to have the experience to hear live here in Colorado. But it's not only those works by sort of famous composers, it's also works by really fantastic local composers. And when I think about the works that I've heard from people from Colorado that I've been inspired by, this is another reason why supporting the Playground just makes sense to me. I think of Jim David's Distracto, which is clearly, Conrad is nodding his head next to me, which is clearly one of our really great performances. I think of Egamin Kasikli's Pulse, another string quartet that just such a beautiful and compelling piece. Or Loretta Notaresky's String Quartet OCD, another just really powerful piece of music. These are composers that I've gotten to know. They've inspired me. They've made my life better. They've made my artistic experience better in Colorado. And so, you know, if you're watching this, I assume you're like me. You value new art. You value the presence of this in your community. And so if you can support us, go to that Colorado Gives Day link and give us and support us today. It'd be really meaningful to me. It's really meaningful to the group. Whatever you can give, we are a small organization, and so we often cobble together lots of different donations, small donations, big donations, and those make a difference when it comes to supporting musicians, supporting composers, supporting teachers, supporting the collaborative artists that we work with. So there's been a lot of cool music shared today, and I want to share music today too. And so my music is, in the past couple of years, has really been focused on interactive electronics, the idea of sort of being able to sort of work with devices and computers and interact with them and make sound. And so when COVID hit, it was a really hard thing for me. A lot of my music has been predicated on live performance and this sort of real-time things happening. And I've had a really hard time making music since everything shut down. And so I wanted to share something today that I've been working on sort of in the middle of all these things. It's a piece for interactive electronics just on my computer, and I'll be performing it for you live today. I'll be streaming it from my computer here. The work is called Loneliness, because that's a feeling that I've had a lot of over the past couple months, of being isolated and being separated from my community and the people that I care about. The sounds that you're going to be hearing are a lot of human voice sounds, just one sample of a human voice breathing. It's a very human sound, which sort of makes me think both of my own self being by myself, but also of the people that I'm not around. And so I'm going to give the performance of that. Hopefully it's an interesting performance for you, and then I'll come back to talk to you after that. Thanks. Okay, I'm ready to go back. Hey, that was Loneliness, Piece for Interactive Electronics from me. Thanks for listening to that. So once again, if new art is important to you, if new art in your community here in Denver is something that you value, then please consider donating today. We've got a Colorado Gives link for donating that's going across the stream. I'm sure some of my helpful friends from the board will share it in the chat with you all. That is one really fantastic way to support us and a really meaningful way to support us. It's not the only way, though. If you want to support us, there are lots of other ways. Listen to our music. Share our music. We've got lots of music available online for you to listen to. We have a number of records that you can listen to. They're available through streaming services, and if you're super cool and you want a physical copy, I think you can even still buy those. Yeah, Conrad's nodding, so it must be true. We've got a great record, Dreams Go Through Me, which is one of our first record, really fantastic record with some great music on it. Dreams Go Through Me by Leanna Kirchhoff, really fantastic piece of music. We've got 8-Bit Christmas, an album that I wrote a bunch of music for, that is a wild album of video game sounds and Christmas music that you can stream as you get into the holiday season. We've got Loretta Notarescu's String Quartet OCD that we've recorded that you can listen to. Really powerful piece for string quartet. Check those out, listen to them. If you like them, share them with a friend, right? If you heard sounds you like today, share them with somebody who's never heard us before. Tell somebody you know about us. Share what we do. And we've got even more music on our YouTube channel. You can go to YouTube and see all these videos of us doing cool things. I will give you one awesome YouTube video that maybe you haven't watched. We do a banging performance of Ruth Crawford Seeger's String Quartet 1931. It is an amazing string quartet, fantastic string quartet. The Playground's version of it is so incredible. Go to our YouTube, check it out, listen to it. We have so much content on there for you to listen to. And so enjoy our music, share our music with your friends, come to a show, donate if you can. All of these are really excellent ways to support our group. We've got more Stream-A-Thon coming up for you. I'm going to be joined by Conrad Kehn in a couple minutes, and we're going to be taking hot take requests from anybody. So if you've ever wanted hot takes from Conrad and I, two people with strong opinions on everything, now is your chance. Throw them in the comments, throw them in the chat so that we know what you want to hear about. We will tell you what music we think sucks. I will tell you what Bears quarterbacks I like and what Bears quarterback I don't like, or whatever else you want. Serious opinions on quote unquote serious opinions. That is coming really, really soon. Thanks for being here with me today. Thanks for being with us, however long you've been here, whether you've been watching the whole stream, whether you dropped in, really means a lot to us. Thanks for just joining me today. It's been really fun for me to be here and to watch music and to listen to music with you all. So we're going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back with Conrad and Hot Takes. Wow, we are back with new music hot takes, or any hot takes that we've got, and I'm joined by Playground Ensemble Executive Director, the one and only Conrad Kehn. Hi, Conrad.
How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. And we've got our first hot take question here from Joshua McDaniel, who says, theoretically, purely theoretically, Eno, Glass et al. Should be boring, but they're not. Why? Flat thirds or magic? Thoughts?
So I think Glass is boring. Okay, so Einstein at the Beach is fantastic, right? And so he deserves to be famous for the rest of his life for that. But after that, I don't know. And I'm sure there's other things I should be listening to and other things I would probably like, but I just don't have time for it all. Yeah. Now, Eno, magic.
Yeah, I mean, you're completely wrong. Philip Glass is an excellent composer. I think, Josh, the thing that I'm hearing in Glass is like there's all these echoes of common practice music. Like the progressions and the tunes and the figuration have like a reminiscence to it. You know, I think they activate something in our brains that remembers things that come from earlier musics. And so I think they're hitting a part of our brains that sort of has associations with those patterns. And this isn't original thought. This is something that Susan McClary has written about. And so I'm going to cite some of my scholarship there. Doctorate.
Man.
Yeah,
You're gonna ruin this with scholarship?
One person in this call has a doctorate. So I've done some reading on the matter.
Oh, wow. Wow. Sure, that paper was amazing.
It prepared me to beat you in this argument. I win that one. We need more hot takes.
We didn't even get to Eno yet. Come on.
Yeah, Eno's great. Eno's great too, right? It's the same idea, right? So the reminiscence, I think, is the big thing that's happening
It's
here.
better.
We've got some. Let's see. Looking at some of our chats, looking for more hot takes. So if we want more hot takes, you can ask us. We had a previous hot take ready, Conrad, which is who is an overrated musician? Overrated musician.
We just talked about one.
Wow.
Wow. So if you have been, and I'm going to stray outside of the classical canon for sure here, but if you've been on my Facebook wall at all, you know that Rush sucks. That band is terrible.
Yeah.
Just an awful band.
Rush is the worst.
Yeah. Red Hot Chili Peppers, awful, garbage.
Yeah, I want to go back to Rush because why do you think you and I have talked about this a lot off camera? Rush is the worst. Why do you think Rush sucks so much?
It's just wanking, constant wanking. I mean, and then I can't stand Geddy's voice. So I mean, you have the making. All right, for me, when it comes to rock music, I don't care how good you are at your instrument. I actually want you to break things, maybe overdose once in a while. Just act a fool, but really have like driving. I don't know. There's something else there that I'm looking for. I'm not looking for technical proficiency in rock music.
Yeah, we're on the same page here, right? Rush is empty. They're terrible. The music is awful. And it's like if I wanted to hear complicated music, it's like I know what real complicated music sounds like. Right? It's like that music is actually not that complicated. And so it's like, okay, if I want that, there's another place I go. So it's like, well, what am I getting? It's not that complicated. Like it's not really that virtuosic or rhythmically complex compared to some of the other music that's out there. So it's just like this empty music for me, and it does suck really bad.
You know who else has tricked people into thinking that they're complicated?
Ooh,
the Grateful Dead.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't even listen to the Grateful Dead. I couldn't even name a song.
Is it even possible? Like
This isn't about an experience, right? Like the music is secondary to everything else, right? I'm gonna go old fashioned on my who sucks and say Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky's music, it's so long. It's way too long. Like the expressive notes are so on the nose. It's like, oh my God, we get it. You're sad. Like the music is just so intensely sad. There's no nuance. When Mozart is sad, at least there's a little bit of there's something else mixed in there. There's a little bit of distance that you get to reach across and get. Tchaikovsky is on the nose, it's long, it's depressing, not interested.
See, I kind of feel that way about a lot of romantic music, but I actually have so I got a Chaik hot take that is uncomfortable. So I teach a music appreciation class at a community college, and there's these A&E biographies that they've done of Beethoven and Mozart, and I show those to my class. They're great 50-minute biographies for people that are kind of unaware. There is one of Tchaikovsky, and so I had my boss order it, and we watched it in class one night before I had watched it. Chaik's a pedophile?
Let's move on to our next hot take.
It's in the A&E biography. Watch that.
That is a hot take. We got another hot take question here from Liz Otero. Written music in the next, staying with standard sheet music or moving beyond the staff? I feel like, obviously a great question from Liz. I feel like digital audio workstations make it so easy to make music without sheet music that I think written notation is definitely less important than it's ever been for music making. You can do more today without understanding sheet music than you ever could as a musician. I think it's so much easier to make complicated things. So I'm going to say notated sheet music on the way down, trending downward. Your thoughts?
I have to agree with that. But so I was told early on in my studies that the reason we put music on paper is so that somebody else could play it without us being there. And so if that is still the goal, then I do think that there is still some merit. I just don't know how much longer music making is going to be that paper on a stand. I don't know, at least for me. In fact, what I got coming up here pretty soon is all digital audio workstation stuff. But here's what's kind of interesting. I did this to prepare.
Wow.
And none of it's real pitches, but it was just instructions to help me remember what I wanted to do.
Wow. Counterpoint. I did a live performance and there was no sheet music. So that's another point for me. Next hot take is from Sarah Whitnah. Question: is classical music dying? Thoughts?
Oh, wow.
I mean, the hot take would be no, right? like, yeah, sure, of course it is, right? Like super elitist music supported by like the wealthiest 1%. For the wealthiest 1%, is that going away? Yeah, it feels like the badge of cultural superiority you get for being a big donor for the symphony is less important than ever. Like, rich people value selfishness now. Look at Trump. And so like the cultural value you would get from having your name on the high donors list of an orchestra seems like that value is just getting lower. And those organizations are predicated on wealthy support. So,
well, and I also think, like, who is that for? And then what does America expect from an orchestra these days? You know, is classical. So the labels hurt, right? The labels don't make any sense anymore.
It's the coldest
is music
take.
for the violin and the cello and that piano, is that going to survive? I think it'll survive.
Yeah.
That stuff is amazing. Now, the words classical music, you say that to anybody outside of our field and they're just like, nah, too boring. I'm not in. You know, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we make these concerts where you go to a venue that's not fun to hang out in, and then you get held hostage for 3 hours. And it's like no other art form would do that to their people. And, you know, there is an obvious change in what's happening in our country right now as far as evening up who gets a seat at the table, right? And you can't keep pushing the music of dead white men. And, you know, the wealthiest 1% from early 1900s, you know, industrialism, and think that's, but I do think too, you know, like, so I see the Colorado Symphony go do things at Red Rocks, and although the Grateful Dead are terrible, it might be the music of the Grateful Dead, or, you know, something a little more pop oriented. If orchestras are promoting that as we also offer this as a service to American audiences or to a music audience, that's cool. If they think they're doing that as missionary work to get people to come see Beethoven and Brahms, they're deluding themselves. And so they got to stop that.
We got another hot take here from Britta Hurula. Britta asks, what artists would you like to see crossover in genres? For example, a classical artist you'd like to put out a pop rock album, or vice versa? That's a dope question. And so I've got a couple of thoughts, and there are people who do this already. Some of them, like, honestly, I don't really love. Like Glenn Kotche is one of the dudes right from like Wilco. I think Wilco, is that the band? I don't remember what band he was in. And like, he's had some stuff with So Percussion that I actually like doesn't really grab me. So I've got some things that I do think, right? One is Andrew Bird. I love Andrew Bird, singer, songwriter. Like, he's already a little bit in that area. He plays violin, does a lot of looping things, like plays a couple instruments. And I would love to hear a piece of orchestra music by Andrew Bird, like real, like just full on orchestra music, no singing, no song form. I think that would be really cool. I think he's creative. I think he's already like so close to it that it would be really, really awesome. If I had to go the other direction and think about something like that, I'm gonna go with Andrew Norman. Andrew Norman is a hardcore, like, living composer, really popular, right? Play was, you know, called one of like the best orchestra pieces of the 21st century. And Andrew Norman has this like insane sensibility. He's got some really powerful modernist feelings, like big, strong, contrasting forms. He does like the thing that I think my favorite living composers do, which is match like formidable technique with really expressive things. And if that dude had to write like a popular song, like write a song for keyboard, bass, drum, singer, I have no idea what it would sound like, but I would want to hear it. What do you think on this?
You know, because there's already been some move in this direction, I would love to see Aphex Twin be given an orchestra.
Ooh, okay.
You know, like, I've seen orchestral arrangements of Aphex Twin, or I remember Alarm Will Sound did a great, what do you call it when you just show up and make music somewhere?
Yeah, improvise or
no, like you're in an airport and all of a sudden you're singing and
a happening. I don't know.
I can't. There's a word for what is it?
Flash mob?
Yes.
Okay.
So alarm will sound flash mobbed an Aphex Twin tune at some, I think Union Station, and that was super cool, super cool. But I would like it just to see it. Here's the thing: for this to work for me, at least coming from the quote unquote popular music world to the classical music world, there would have to be a concession like. You get to do what you want. We're not going to highbrow you for not knowing how to notate, you know, and just
I like that
open play, you know, and so it's going to be that would be hard, but I would love to see something like that, or even your square pushers, your odd-tuckers. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
That would be cool. Last hot take, and then we're gonna call it for this section. Either we got one. Okay, we'll take this last one from Luke. Does post-secondary music education need to evolve to be more inclusive? Is the goal to create professional musicians? Conrad, we both work in higher ed. Do we want to lose our jobs? Yeah, of course. Dude,
I've tried.
Yeah, of course, right? I think the goal of preparing somebody for a musical career involves like giving them a broad range of skills, and a lot of the ways post-secondary music education works doesn't involve that broadness, right? It involves like a real focus on Western common practice music, and so I think that's a very easy yes from me.
The word professional musician means a lot of things, right? Like we have this thing. I wish music schools would just get honest. Like we're a teacher school, we're an orchestra school. We're a school that's unsure, but we're going to keep pushing orchestra opera, which is not particularly honest, I think. And so I also think we are in a time, and it's been happening for a decade or more, but getting better and worse. Like we have all these kind of career development programs or 21st century skills, and it's absolutely the right thing to do. And also pretty tokenized as far as how it's approached, or I don't know. I think you're asking people who are safe in the academy to tell people how to live outside of it. And that's very disingenuous, I think.
Yeah, figuring the turn to get people prepared. All right, last one, most underrated or most overrated athlete. Go for it.
Oh, I was caught off guard with this.
Wow, weak. Yeah. Most underrated, obviously, Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler was good. It was not his fault. Okay, Jay Cutler was good. The Bears coaching was bad. They changed their coach. Bears fans don't know anything about quarterbacks. Most underrated is Tebow. Tebow was good too. Tebow was good. Tebow won a playoff game, and nobody gave him another chance. Tebow was actual good. He could do things consistently. He was a guaranteed 3 to 4 yards every running play, and coaches just could not see beyond the fact that was actual valuable. The dude was a first down machine, and it was insane. It was insane that he never got picked up again.
Look, when they won that playoff game, I went out on my front porch and I screamed Tebow's name.
Yes.
But by the time they got the next week, he was so hurt when they played New England that he couldn't run anymore. And so,
Yeah. I'm not saying he was great. I'm just saying he was underrated.
I think there's a couple things he needs to get honest about too.
You got any more?
Came here for hot takes, right?
I think that's our hot take segment. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your questions. Hopefully we're not fired later.
Hey, my people, we are one set away, my set away from the end of Playground Stream-A-Thon. Hoping that you scheduled your donations for Colorado Gives Day. The address there is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. I think David and I need a show somewhere. I really think that somebody needs to just scratch us a check, right? To do that on a weekly basis. It went well. I want to thank Sam Goodman for letting us do this from his studio basement here. It's been you did not dominate the hot takes, David. That's lies. David prepared. He blindsided me. I want to thank Sam for hosting and David for being here as well and running all the tech for us in the back end. And Playground is family. And family knocked it out the park today. This has been a truly amazing experience. And I think that, to kind of wrap this up, many of us in the Playground have kind of joined another family. That family is from Allies to Abolitionists. And I have longtime friend, Emancipation Theater, founder and director, and from Allies to Abolitionists, I guess founder as well, Jeff Campbell here with me today. And so we're going to do a little bit of talking about what we just finished up and what we plan to do together. And we've got a new a tune to drop for you too. So, hey man, can you hear me all right?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, happy birthday. Today is Jeff's birthday.
Yeah, man.
So he's 27.
Uh-huh.
And he just has a little salt and pepper early.
That's all it is.
It's from all the work. And so
I may have known you 27 years.
That's actually probably true. I bet that's pretty close at this point.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's closer than me being 27.
That is fair. That's very, very true. So Jeff and I worked together at Twist and Shout a million years ago, and have been kind of distantly rotating around art and music in Denver and bumping into each other from time to time and talking about wanting to work together. And the time was right, and I think, in the world that we live in right now, I think that there are, I'm just going to say it. There are a bunch of well-intentioned and left-leaning white folk that are looking for some way to get involved and some way to do the right thing. And all of a sudden I'm seeing Raverro's campaign and you're making a bunch of noise and you're saying, get behind me. And at that point it was obvious for Playground. We, about 5-6 of us showed up at that very first press conference and jumped on the Allies to Abolitionists thing after that. And so I want to talk just a little bit about the Raverro campaign, or I want to have you talk a little bit about the Raverro campaign, just about how it started. And then, it was a huge win, and so let's do that.
Yeah. April 20th, 2018, Raverro Stinnett left Red Line Community Art Gallery for Union Station to catch a train home to Montbello, and missed the train, so he had to sit down and wait. 30 minutes later, he was harassed by 4 security guards at Union Station, basically trying to kick him out of Union Station for absolutely no reason. There was, he hadn't violated anything. He was not accused of committing any crimes. So they argued back and forth. He moved from place to place. And then finally they confronted him and told him where he could wait. And they pointed him to a back room, a bathroom in the basement of Union Station. He went back there with them, and that's when they assaulted him. They brutally beat him unconscious, leaving him with permanent brain damage. He was then went home and didn't think anybody was going to do anything about it. Let some friends know. They contacted the police, and the police began an investigation. And the officers wound up confessing and going to jail. However, RTD, Union Station, and Allied Universal Security Services left this man, Raverro Stinnett, high and dry with permanent brain damage for waiting for his train. So here in 2020, I was recruited to help out on the campaign because it really wasn't going anywhere. And so I took the lead and began to galvanize support. And we produced a public service announcement. We wrote a petition. We got 5,000 plus signatures on the petition, 30,000 views on the public service announcement. We held a press conference. We began to galvanize awareness and support with citizens, and particularly artists. One of them artist groups was Playground Ensemble, who even did 2 benefit concerts on behalf of Raverro. And we dominated the public comment and RTD district director board meetings. And we've raised the awareness and got his cycle. And they were getting a lot of bad press. And they began to react to that press. And we partnered with Chantel Lewis from RTD board, and she passed a resolution. She authored a resolution that included terminating Allied Universal's contract, and it was voted down unanimously by her peers. And then Mayor Hancock was going to contract Allied Universal, the same company, with a $25 million contract. He was going to give them $25 million on top of it without holding them accountable for what happened to Raverro. So as it moved to city council, we continued to elevate the story. And so they felt like they needed to respond. So they settled with Raverro before that contract came to a vote before city council. City council voted it down. So they're still not out of our city. They're still a part of RTD's security, and they still have $1.5 million to oversee homeless shelters. However, we feel like striking down that $25 million contract and forcing them to concede to giving Raverro a fair and expedient settlement is a big victory for us, raising the awareness and support on his behalf.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so one of the things that was super powerful for me, it being involved in this, there's a YouTube link that just went up in the chat for the I Am Raverro show, and I served as kind of composer, music director, and sound designer for that, and members of the Playground contributed some fantastic music, put it all together, and combined it with your team. We did a great production there, and the link is to the showing and then the panel from the Museum of Contemporary Art here in Denver. But the day before that showing, I'm just scrolling through social media and I see Allied Security has reached out to settle with Raverro. I was like, wow. And then the next hour, Denver City Council votes down $25 million contract with Allied Security. And I felt like that I Am Raverro production and what was done through Emancipation Theater and Justice for Raverro and From Allies to Abolitionists and things that we participated in had an impact in the political arena that I've never actually been a part of before. And it talked about, to me, it spoke to the power of music and art as vehicles for change. And, I think there's plenty of opportunity for that. I know I saw the emails last week. We're about to go into production. So you guys, your vision is to have quarterly projects, right? And so the next one is the homelessness issue in Denver, which is a huge issue here. We've got to do better for our homeless neighbors. We've got to do better. And, you know, I look forward to me personally, and I'm sure several members of Playground being a part of that campaign as well. So I want to a little bit of a pre-release potentially here, but you know, Jeff and I, when I brought him over to do some recording for the I Am Raverro stuff, and he was like, you know, I've got this tune that I kind of want to work on, and so I made beats, yo. And and so we did a little recording together, a piece called Synagogue of Satan. Anything you want to say about that, lyrically or anything? And then I'm going to play that clip.
Okay. Yeah, you could play the song, and I'll say a little bit about that. But before that, I just want to reinforce something that you just touched on in regards to the power of art and the power of music affecting change for the better. I mean, we all remember the documentary series or the dramatic series When They See Us about the Central Park Five, or the documentary Tiger King. You know, the Tiger King cat wound up in jail, you know, as a result of that documentary coming out.
A few more people went too.
Yeah. And When They See Us, the woman who was the prosecutor at the time became a professor. Well, the college that she was a professor at, they let her go after the exposure of that. So I do believe, well, as a matter of fact, RTD did contact me prior to the release of I Am Raverro, the production, and they wanted me to make some amendments to the production about their progress and what they had done to correct. And at that point, they had done nothing for Raverro. So what was the point in giving them props? So I saw no reason on doing that. And, you know, I let them know that, hey, you could cut my man a check. You could do that. But, you know, we're not changing what we're doing. We're using your words against you. And you did a masterful job of that, using your artistry with the music and actually taking bits and pieces from public comment and from board meetings. So that was beautiful. As far as this song, Synagogue of Satan, I kind of try to draw a picture around, you know, a lot of what we've been looking at through social media and on camera phones, and a lot of what we've, you know, seen in terms of criminal justice and the need for criminal justice reform, police brutality, excessive force, plausible, impunity, being able to murder people with impunity. This country has a long history of a second-class citizenship where folks are not given the same inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that are guaranteed by them from the Constitution. And it's not
murder too.
Murder. It's not an opinion. There's a whole lot of historical data to back that up. And so I don't waste my time arguing with folks. And so Synagogue of Satan really came inspired kind of to speak to that, to speak to the murder and the, you know, because it is sort of a religion. White supremacy or weaponized whiteness or race in and of itself is a bit of a religion, and people believe the myths that we are somehow separate by pigmentation or demographically which continent we find our origin. And science and just reality tells us that those things aren't true. And so I kind of ran the gamut and had a lot of artistic freedom to really draw a conclusion to what the Synagogue of Satan is.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
This one for the push, exploited, disturbed, distorted, dash cam recorded, the crime goes unreported, unobstructed desecration of people in poverty, daily rack, of thought these birds in mass, quantity daily blast, ammunition on innocent families, yeah, they carefully calculate the collateral casualties, yeah, the voice of the voiceless, children without choices, neighborhood full of noises, gunshot, the poisons of pain, that's inflicted to dope fiends, addicted to cry for liberation, we fought and resisted the intentional injections of terminal infections of lies and deceptions, department of corrections elite, build a bird, the federal reserve, the mentally disturbed masses that usurp the fall of a nation, the last of a generation on protected genocide, synagogue of Satan, the blind leading the blind, the child left behind, the digital divide, the analog rewind, October surprise, the devil in disguise and evidence, they hide, bang, rolling both sides of days, and confuse the panic, and abuse the mind control tactics, the propaganda they use, the false history tellers, the real Rockefellers, the pioneers, the settlers, rebel black Confederates, royal family imposters, tax covert in office, puppets in public office, worshiping at the altars, powerful individuals practicing sacred rituals, esoteric agendas control the metaphysical seven seal, broken, last prophet is spoken, criminals exposing the rise of the chosen, the fall of the nation, the last of a generation on protected genocide, synagogue of Satan they killed, JFK and they killed, MLK and they killed, Sandra Bland and they killed, Freddie Ray and they killed, Michael Brown and they killed, Ron Brown and they killed, John Lennon and they killed, Kurt Cobain and they killed, Fred Hampton they killed, Bobby Hutton they killed, Stephen Biko they killed, Patrice Lumumba they killed, Jimi Hendrix they killed, Tupac Shakur and they killed, William Casey they killed, William Cooper they killed, Princess Di they killed, Rich Rogers Nelson they killed, Bob Marley they killed, Michael Jackson they killed, Dookie Williams they killed, Oscar Grant they killed, Laquan McDonald they killed, Eric Garner they killed, Trayvon Martin they killed, Emmett Till they killed, Malcolm X they killed, Tamir Rice they killed, your true identity to stand in your replacement on protected genocide, synagogue of Satan, synagogue of Satan, synagogue of Satan, synagogue of Satan. Me and the devil.
Oh, got to get that back in. There it is. So
right on.
That was the first of what I hope will be many that we get to do there. And I want to thank you for being here, man. I am going to jump into something kind of related, which is the tools I use to make those kind of things. I'm going to do a little bit of a performance here, but Emancipation Theater, look that up. From Allies to Abolitionists, look that up. And we look forward to working with you again, man, for sure. Thank you for being here. Happy birthday.
Thank you, bro. You have a great, thank you so much for letting me be a part of this.
Yeah.
All right.
So one of the things that I use probably more than anything else in my creative life is Ableton Live as a software. And I like to use it in what I think are non-traditional ways, although there are so many creative people using it right now, who knows? But, you know, one of the things I like improvisation, I like random generation and those kind of things. And so the drum kit that was set up there was all, there's kind of a chaos clinic sequencer, a lot of probability at work there, a lot of programming. And in the I Am Raverro play, one of the things that I was able to do was take public board meetings from RTD and load them into a sampler so that they play like an instrument. And that's what I have for you today, so that it's almost like a piano, but when, is that coming through right now? I'm assuming that's coming through. When I press a key, instead of striking a string and sounding like a piano, it just plays whatever I loaded in. What I have for you right now is actually a project I started decades ago, back when the music software of choice was a Sony project or Sony program called Acid. I chopped up a bunch of chunks out of Rite of Spring and started rearranging them into something I called Copyrite of Spring, because it is definitely against the boundaries of copyright, maybe. And, you know, this is also something that I think I teach this a lot in my classes, my tech classes, my digital program classes, digital creation, that maybe things like copyright law don't really hold up in the digital world that we use now. And when something is made fully digital, maybe it becomes an object, and that other people get to do things with those objects. And I know that that can be controversial for some. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do my best to give a little performance here of something kind of in real time. So I took a bunch of samples again of Rite of Spring. I programmed them into my Ableton rig. And then, so what's happening is I'm building a live instrument and then learning how to play it at the same time. This is going to be a pretty improvised performance based on just where I am in the development of this instrument. So this is the Colorado Gives Playground Stream-A-Thon version of Copyright of Spring. And I'm going to get my webcam set up here so that you can at least see the thing that I am using. Kind of. There we go. Copyright of Spring, live improvisation, early in the process, but I think you can see that there's a lot of fun to be had there. A lot of fun to be had. All right. So the very last thing we have today, we're gonna have to get that light moved, probably, Sam. Is and this got overplayed for sure, and I overplayed it, but the unveiling of Bald Hawk. I'm a very, very bald man, and I decided that instead of shaving my head all the time like I do, that I would let the worst part of my hair grow, the stripe right down the center, which has, well, I wasn't really sure what was there. I'm quite sure now. So it's hard to see, and I'm gonna have to take the headphones off. I've had the hat on. Now I did bring some gel and a little comb just to help out here, just to help out a little bit, because like right now, it's just not a lot. Like you're not gonna be able to see any of that. I'm gonna have to get closer to the cam, I bet. Oh, but you can see it's working on it. You might have to go for the silhouette from the back on this one, Sam. So this morning, I tested this out. So let's get that gel going on, and then, ew, I don't know what to do with the gel now. See what, oh. Do you see this action? It's not, but it's as promised. All right, here we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, if we can try to come around to the front, maybe? I don't know. This, ladies and gentlemen, is all there is of bald hawk. There's about 4 little hairs right here. And then that horrible, horrible fuzz right down the center. I just saw Luke's message. Yeah, we all are, but it's the perfect way to end this thing. Oh, that just makes it worse. So I want to thank everybody that donated for Colorado Gives Day and that is super uncomfortable with bald hawk right now. December 11th is our next Playground event. It is remote lab. We'll be doing pieces that were composed specifically for Zoom. I want to thank Sam for hosting again and all of the Playground family for doing such a great job here. I think we're done with Stream-A-Thon. Only 9 minutes late even. Thank you, everybody, for supporting Playground.